Harriet, is that you that I just let in?
Testing sound. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Just doing a sound check.
Yes, could hear you.
I'm working on my video.
Take your time. Is the court reporter ready?
Good morning, Chairman. I'm ready.
Thank you. We're now on the record. It's 10 a.m. on Thursday, October 9th, 2023. I'm Eric Blank, and this is a public comment hearing and proceeding number 23M-0234G, the Public Service Company of Colorado Gas Infrastructure Plan. If my colleagues can introduce themselves, starting with Commissioner Plant.
Hi there, everybody. My name is Tom Plant. I'm on the commission.
Commissioner Gilman.
Good morning, Commissioner Megan Gilman.
Thanks. The hearing is live on the internet. A court reporter is transcribing all of our comments for the record in real time. If commenters could state their full name, that'd be greatly appreciated. If you'd like to provide comments, I'd request that you just raise your hand and we will call on you in the order in which we see you. If people can keep their comments relatively brief, that'd be greatly appreciated so everyone has an opportunity to speak today. Written comments can be filed through the Commissioner's e-filings website, online comment form, or emailing comments to dora@puc.website.state.co.us. If using these methods, please specify the comments apply to proceeding number 21R, proceeding number 23M-0234G. Just a bit of clarification on the agenda. We will start with the public comment, and we'll try and fit in additional public comments throughout the hearing if members of the public sign up later. Apart from the public comments, the commissioners will ask questions of the company and the parties. If a confidential session is necessary, we will aim to have that at the end of the day, before a lunch break or first thing in the morning tomorrow, so that only participants that have signed NDAs can stay in the Zoom link. The plan is to work through 4 general topics involving forecasting, including customer counts, design day, and local factors, CapEx investment, including investment subject to GIP review, dollar threshold for planned projects, timelines, and project categories, including capital budgeting. The third topic would be non-pipeline alternatives, and the fourth would be another category for all other issues. Depending on how many questions and the discussion we have, we may be able to end this public comment hearing today or maybe tomorrow morning. So I guess I'll give you both an opportunity to make any opening statements, comments you wish to. But before we do that, I just ask the parties if there are any scheduling availability issues we should be aware of. Hearing none, I do have one issue, which is at 10 a.m. Tomorrow. I may need to take a break, but we'll see how that's going. Before I open it up to public comment, Commissioner Plant, any opening remarks, comments you'd like to make?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I'm looking forward to the conversation today, and I'm excited to hear from the parties and from the public and from the company as well. This is all sort of a new process for the commission and an opportunity for us to get insight into how the company plans for gas infrastructure. And so this is, I'm looking forward to the conversation.
Commissioner Gilman.
Good morning. Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Plant. New process here, so I'm excited to get into it, dig into some more of the details, and just recognize, I think we all tried our best at the gas rulemaking, but we also recognize this is really a first of its kind effort for us. So we knew there were significant things we just didn't know or didn't know the exact right way to execute. So in part, I think this skip is very useful to give it a first try and see where we ended up with certain things and look for modifications to the procedures or to the instructions for the first adjudicated GIP, which will be the next filed, to ensure that I think we get as close as possible to, really what.
Commissioner Gilman freeze up for everybody else.
I thought I froze up. Did Megan freeze up? Did Commissioner Gilman freeze up?
Yeah, it seems like.
Why don't we give her a second to see if she wants to call in or something? I was worried it was my internet that froze up. While we're waiting for Commissioner Gilman to come back on, is there anyone from the public who would like to speak today? If you can raise your hand, that'd be great. Commissioner Gilman, you there?
I just let her in from the waiting room, Chair, so she should be joining us in a second.
Okay. You're back.
I'm working out a way to get my internet to start working again, but I'll be on the phone for now.
Anything else you'd like to add, Commissioner Gilman?
I don't know where I lost you, but no, I'm good.
All right. I just echo my colleagues' comments and say looking forward to the conversation and appreciate it's a new process and looking forward to figuring out how to make it work best. So with that, is there anybody from the public that would like to comment? Please turn on your camera and go forward. All right, I guess we'll jump into commission questions, and if there are members of the public who would like to provide public comment, we'll check in periodically and see if anybody signs up. I was thinking, Commissioner Plant, you want to go first? Maybe I'll go second, or I'm happy to go first, and then Commissioner Gilman, would you be okay batting cleanup?
Yes, I am, and I'm just going to shut my video off for a minute. I'll still have you, but I'm going down to try and reset my router.
All right, Commissioner Plant, you want to go first? You want me to go first?
Yes. So are these questions to the company, or do we have a company representative, or two parties, or how are we doing that?
You can ask anybody you'd like. I think you got a wide range of company and stakeholder people here, and we'll see if we can catalyze a dialogue. So,
okay.
your opportunity to dig into anything you want, and I'd propose we start with forecasting, then go to capital investment, non-pipeline alternatives, and then anything else.
Okay. So, well, yeah, sure. I'm happy to start just with respect to the customer counts. I did have some questions for the company, understanding that they're basing the projections that we got in the GIP on, I think, November 22nd, 2022. Do they foresee a shift in those customer count projections based both on the beneficial electrification targets that we've approved in the strategic issues proceeding, which, obviously came after November 2022, And then will the projection shift again when accounting for whatever portfolio is ultimately approved in the clean heat plan, which will happen, sometime next spring. And then, along the same line with customer counts, will various different local policy changes that are adopted in various different jurisdictions inform the customer count projections for the next CIP. I don't know if somebody from the company wants to.
Yeah, if someone from the company or a group of them can turn on their cameras, that'd be great. And if you could introduce yourself, that'd be helpful.
You all able to hear me okay? Sound check?
Yes.
Yep.
Perfect. Good morning, Commissioners. Zach Pollack from Public Service Company of Colorado. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. That's a multi-part question, so I will try to unpack that as best as I can. I think the higher level question is how are our customer counts that are coming from our load forecasting team being translated to capacity planning, and what's the relationship to various proceedings like clean heat and strategic issues? Is that a fair characterization, Commissioner Plant?
Yeah, that and then the policy piece on top of that. But yeah. How do you
Sure.
shift those population projections over time based on what criteria or things that are changing?
Yeah, so let me take the first piece of that. I think it's the sequencing, which is challenging. So the clean heat plan obviously came after the gas infrastructure plan. Moving forward, we do think there's an opportunity to better align those, and certainly whatever decision comes out of the clean heat proceeding, we'll look to flow that through. I think the important variable there is that we've modeled in different levels of electrification in two of the core portfolios, including the emissions target scenario and the Clean Heat Plus portfolio. Those use a mix of all electric appliances for heating, at least, of space heating. And we've only really looked at one scenario that would be all electrification. So obviously the composition of the heating loads there is going to have a big impact in terms of customer counts. So we'll have to think through that as we get a final decision there over the next year or so. But really it's going to come down to the composition of the portfolio there. But absolutely appreciate the desire for better alignment between the future gas infrastructure plans and clean heat plans. To get to the second part of your question, as far as capacity planning at a more local level, again, that ties back to the composition of the resources. Obviously, if you're still on a hybrid heat pump, you're going to be relying on the gas system likely for the coldest days of the year. So we don't expect that to have really much impact on capacity planning from that perspective. And then as far as the forecasting in and of itself, I liken this back to the distribution system plan, which we filed back in May of 2022. Fully appreciate the need for more granular forecasting. I think one thing that can be instructive from our distribution system plan on the electric side is that we've started to do more locationally specific forecasts. In the case of the electric system, that was allocating down system resources to about 800 different distribution feeders in Colorado. But a key part of the settlement agreement that was approved by the commission was going back and looking at those forecasts. So I think there's a good analog here to say that we are interested and we're in the process of moving to more locationally specific forecasts. But a key part of that before we go changing how we're planning our system and ultimately the safety and reliability of it is going back and back testing those forecasts to make sure that we're not overstating or understating potential impacts of policies and other changes that may or may not be realized.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it's actually a good segue to another question I had. I was wondering if you have a formula of basically, level of gas usage, population growth, and then determining, how you expect your capacity requirements to grow over time. And that seems like that's probably been a formula that you've followed, over the course of many years as you've been planning out your needed infrastructure. I'm wondering if you've gone back and then if you then compare what those assumptions were in gas capacity growth requirements to the actual consumption. I know as obviously Colorado's growing, we're getting more people, but we're also getting much more efficient, even, discounting electrification and a movement off of the gas system, or, our gas system is getting more efficient as well. So have you been able to sort of align what your past experience is with load growth compared to what the projections have been over the last 10, 15 years?
Yeah, I will probably defer that one to some of my colleagues I'm in the room with here. That really gets into the dynamics of running our gas system models. So I am not the SME on that, but we do have a room full of people here that can hopefully help answer that question.
Yeah, I'm happy to weigh in here. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Steve Martz. I'm the Vice President of Integrated Planning. As you all know me from past proceedings, we've been talking about this in multiple cases. What I'd say, Commissioner Plant, is we absolutely do have that process. I think we've explained that in various proceedings in the past in terms of our process for, we call it history matching our models in terms of how the actual hydraulic system flows work. So there's two parts to that. On the more of the assumption basis, if you will, that's where the forecasting comes in. That's what Zach was just walking us through, how that works, how we expect that interplay to work. That's an input assumption into our hydraulic models, which you may or may not recall. The industry name for that is called Synergy. That's a trademark name. What that really is it's a network model that lets us simulate our pipeline systems. We can add inputs and assumptions to that. We can model customer demand, and then essentially what it does is it uses hydraulic flow calculations to essentially balance demand and supply. So what you're getting at, is how do we back test that? And we have a process where we take data from our actual SCADA system, so our actual field data, inclusive of pressure points, flow data, etc., and we upload that into our model, and we are able to do like a comparative showing, how did our previous evaluation of the system work compared to what we thought would happen, based on the previous forecast of the system dynamics. So that's a high level. That's a generalized process. We regionally plan our system. So I want to maybe comment on one thing I think was implied in your question. There's kind of like one holistic equation that determines capacity for the system. And I just wanted to note that it doesn't really quite work like that, where we do one capacity forecast based on like a macroeconomic level for the state. All the capacity forecasting we're talking about here in GIP is regional to that pipeline network and the specific setup of our system, in terms of the actual diameters of the pipe, the actual pressure, customer demand, et cetera, that's on that regional system.
Yeah, and thank you, and that helps. And so, have you modified your projections going forward based on that historical observation of actual consumption patterns?
Yeah, we do make modifications to that. It's hard to comment in too generalized in a manner. Say we always do this kind of thing if we see this exact condition. I would say it's pretty dynamic. The models are relatively capable of looking at a granular system level data, but beyond that, it would really depend on a specific circumstance that we might encounter on the system. So as an example, to give you an illustrative, say we had a commercial load that was on the system, and we got information from that customer that, hey, they're changing their appliances. We do have a builder's call line process where we take in load information, then we can certainly update that model based on the actual data that we receive. And would just highlight that this is an annual process, so we're capable of looking at this for our regions annually. The reason we have that, somewhat due to seasonality of it. Obviously, there's a cycle time associated with running these models. We have to essentially match up all the the GIS data regarding our system, as well as the customer demand information. But really what this is all about is we get the best, look back or back test of our system after each winter. So, the natural gas system is a heating load driven system in general. After we go through a winter, that's when we get kind of the best data in terms of actual customer demand, the load profiles across the system. And so we try to match up our annual review process after we've been able to receive, essentially download, receive, and process the previous winter system data and incorporate that into our system. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah, that that does. Thank you very much. To what I had a question, quick question. I don't know if you're the right person to talk to about does the design day process, as you were talking about sort of regional. My understanding is that you use this a 1 in 30 probability. Would that be a good way of sort of describing it? There's a 1 in 30 chance of hitting this temperature each year. I'm assuming it's kind of like the flood stuff, where a 50-year flood means it's a 1 in 50 chance every year of getting that flood. Is it the same thing? It's a 1 in 30 chance of hitting that temperature every year. Is that sort of the basis of that?
Yeah, I'm happy to comment on that, Commissioner Plan. If you want additional information, we do have additional subject matter experts available if you wanted to explore that further. I can't necessarily comment on the statistical basis for how floodplains and water control.
Oh no! I wasn't asking about the flood stuff. I was just saying that it's kind of the same measurement as that. It's a 1 in 30 probability that you'll hit a certain temperature. And that's the basis of the design day. Is that correct?
That's correct. And it's based on historical weather data. What I'd say is it's the probability of what we know can happen. So again, it's based in reality. We have a rich history of data in regard to temperature performance across the state and where our system operates. And so we use that as a basis to establish that 1 in 30, probabilistic method. Again, I think we've also talked with you all about, how that's an industry best practice that we've seen with other utilities as well. And so we are aligned with that practice. And there's a whole host of reasons you'd like, we can explore that as well. But I'll keep my answer short since that's what you're asking about.
Yeah, well, I do want to explore it a little bit more, the basis for the 1 in 30, but then also I have a further question about, as we see changes in our weather patterns, does that 1 in 30 say minus 25 degrees, you have a 1 in 30 probability of hitting minus 25 degrees every year. Does it change as we see changes in our weather patterns, so that maybe minus 25 degrees is now a 1 in 50 chance or a 1 in 40 chance? Or is it specifically you look back over a period of time and say, did we get this temperature over the last 30 years? And then that becomes your sort of 1 in 30.
Yeah, so again, this also, appreciate your question, Commissioner. I'd say this also falls into our annual review process. So we're also, in addition to cataloging and understanding our system dynamic in terms of how that changed, we are also on a rolling forward basis, consuming new weather information to inform how we plan our system as well. I would say as a general statement, there is definitely differentiation between weather and climate. Climate obviously operating on a long-term basis, and we obviously, Coloradans, experience the day-to-day shifting of weather. So to the degree that, new general climate themes enter into the data set, that is captured in that annual review process. So that's how we tackle that. We are open to exploring other ways that we can gain new insights into this question. I think it's a fair question, by the way. I think it's one, or I can affirm for you, it's one that we're certainly asking internally. The idea here is not to, predicate the philosophy of system design on the most risk-averse scenario possible. Our goal, obviously, is to balance cost and risk here, and so that's where we're aligned with. We're aligned with this as like an industry best practice, but we would certainly like to explore, other ways to think about this concept of, long-term climate impacts impacting our historical, basis for planning our gas system based on weather. I would note, though, that, we certainly do see pretty similar, amplitudes of extreme weather still occurring to this day. And apologize, my memory is a little bit remiss this morning, but I want to say I think it was last winter in December, our Denver design day is -25, and we hit a sustained, I think it was -22 or -23, -24 degree day. So, I mean, 1 degree Fahrenheit difference doesn't move system capacity all that much. So, we just know that we are seeing some similar extremes in this 1 in 30-year basis.
Yeah, I appreciate that. One of the things that I was kind of interested in, because I'm not, I don't know how you really come about the 1 in 30, probability. I'm assuming you look at, a 30-year period and see maybe what your lowest temperature is. But the mountain zone design day was -39, I think, based on a temperature in 1962, which is, over 40 years ago. So I'm wondering, is there any kind of a rolling, do you take a rolling time? Is it a 30-year sort of rolling minimum temperature, or how does that get incorporated?
Yeah, so my understanding is it is generally a rolling process, and we do, I think the last question you had there is, can they change? They certainly can change, and I think we actually have had changes in the past. I don't have it committed to memory. I apologize, in terms of the exact last time that we have changed, specific regional design days. So I can affirm for you that we have changed them as we've been able to derive new data. In terms of the mountains specifically, I can't comment on the I think you quoted a temperature from 1962. I apologize not being evasive. I just don't have that committed to memory when we have last endured that degree of temperature. I think the other thing to maybe comment on too is, the mountains are obviously a very diverse zone. So, there's very different temperature and climates that can happen in the mountains. And you think about comparing like say Pagosa Springs to Gunnison Valley, to San Luis Valley, to Summit County, there's certainly different climate zones at play there.
Yeah,
it's an integrated system.
I was just specifically referring to the mountain zone design day that was reported, and noting that it was over 40 years ago, and yet you've got a 1 in 30. I just was trying to figure out how those two can align, or what the process is for reevaluating them.
Yeah, again, I think we'd have to go back and do a little due diligence on that, and could certainly follow up. I think the other thing too to consider is it's not necessarily just like a one-time thing, but we look for consistent instances of a specific temperature. And if we see that there's a temperature that's occurring on a multi-periodic basis, that can also trigger a 1 in 30-year probabilistic event, if you will. Again, I go back to what we kind of started with this line of questioning is we have to be able to cover for what can happen. And I don't think that the data necessarily, tells us that temperature can't yet happen again. So those, I think there's kind of two concepts intermingled in the question, if you will, in terms of, we have to build capacity, construct, and operate our system safely to ensure that we can cover what can happen versus, trying to deliberate over data in terms of trying to figure out what couldn't happen. I think those are two different concepts.
Yeah, I think we can probably agree that anything can happen. But what you're planning for is a 1 in 30 probability of something happening. And so I'm trying to figure out, if you haven't hit a temperature in 42 years, what's the probability? Is it 1 in 30 probability that you're going to hit that temperature? Sure, you could. There's, infinite possibilities, but is the probability still 1 in 30 that you'd hit that temperature? Or how is that 1 in 30 sort of metric derived if, for example, in this particular case, you haven't experienced that temperature in over 40 years? I guess that's the question I have.
Yeah.
I don't quite understand how that works.
Yeah, no, I mean, I again appreciate the question. I mean, these are certainly questions we're asking ourselves internally. I think, kind of what's implicit in your question is that, a 30-year data set is sufficient to assess this from a probabilistic basis. And I don't know if we can resolutely say that, here today that, that's a sufficient representative sample of, a wide range of climate zones for an entire state, for a large system like this. So we're open to exploring other ways to kind of think about this. We certainly talked with academia and NIST, as well as our industry trade associations like the American Gas Association. We haven't seen that, I obviously can't speak for all utilities, but, we haven't necessarily seen that other utilities are quote unquote, clipping their data set to just the back 30 years. They're looking at multiple periods of this in order to get the correct representative sample of what can happen. So, I kind of using your analogy, I would think if we were to say, we should plan to design day, say -60, and there's no evidence that has ever happened, that is a different question. I'm trying to plan to what could or couldn't happen. But given that we have actual data saying that we have seen these climate zones hit that temperature, it's our view that, for now, notwithstanding additional information, we don't have a basis to move from that, given that this is an industry best practice.
I don't have any other questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Plant. Commissioner Plant asked the company about beneficial electrification and other issues that could impact customer count. And I just wanted to follow up and ask about per customer energy usage. I know a couple of parties, Advanced Energy United and CA, pointed out that there seem to be a number of factors that could lower per customer usage from historical levels, including the IRA incentives, evolving building codes that seek to limit natural gas use, and also the potential for beneficial electrification. It just seems like even the load demand forecast maybe didn't fully capture some of these impacts. And I just asked the company if you'd agree with that. And any thoughts if we ask that the next GEP explore the potential impacts of these factors, including asking for, call it, say, a low forecast that contained negative growth in demand. So I don't know if there is someone from the company who can answer that.
And Chairman, could I ask that the people from Public Service please state and spell your name and speak clearly, because I'm not able to see your face well.
Sure. Travis Whalen, I'm the manager of load forecasting here. So the answer to your question to a certain extent is that it's already started to be incorporated. This the vintage of this forecast is from over a year ago. We have already started to incorporate more of our own both beneficial electrification and what we tend to call market electrification, which is just the general trend of increasing electric appliance adoption seen prior to our actions. And in both of those cases, we're using that information and some assumptions around when customers will stop gas service, mostly in the most recent forecast, when they stop using it for space heating. In that case, we remove them as a gas customer, and we do actually start to see in more recent forecast vintages that we're getting substantial declines as a result of that. And if we were to increase electrification in future forecasts, then that would flow through to that forecast. But that's not what's been incorporated in the forecast at hand, because this forecast is over a year old at this point.
And if you could keep your voice up, please.
If you could speak louder, that'd be great. And any concerns with running a low forecast with potentially negative growth?
We have certainly done scenario analysis around that. We can kind of adjust the electrification load as needed and see how that would result in reduction. But I think for the most part, I need to defer scenario discussions to capacity planning.
I just ask if any of the, Mr. Martz, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Blank. I was just going to give you affirmation that that's certainly a possibility. We do, as part of our process, look at sensitivities of different growth rates, and if there's specific sensitivity of interest, we can do that. I would just note though that it would require us to, perform model runs, which would be time intensive. Not saying that that's not possible. Just want to kind of, lay the groundwork that, we need some lead time to work with you all to establish what the sensitivity is, and we need cycle time to work through the actual modeling process.
I appreciate that. And I just ask if members of Energy United or conservation advocates are out there, Ms. Fickling, Mr. Dennison, or any of the UCA or CEO reps. Does that address your concerns, or would you say it different? Ms. Fickling.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble hearing you. That's better.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think that starts to address our concern. I think in addition to a low forecast, we want to make sure that the central forecast also contains the impact of current laws and policies, which by the next time Excel files its gas infrastructure plan will include its approved clean heat plan. It'll include its approved beneficial electrification strategic issues filing from this year and potentially future beneficial electrification strategic issues cases, as well as beneficial electrification plans. So, and all of that, particularly given what we've seen in the initial clean heat plan, is very likely to make the central case, the reference case, incorporate negative growth projections throughout the projection period. And we showed this in our initial comments that even, despite the clean heat scenario you use, whether it's the clean heat plus scenario, the electrification only scenario, or the emissions target scenario, customer count growth basically falls either to zero in the electrification only scenario, or well below what the company is projecting in the clean heat plus and emissions target scenario. So zero or negative growth is not just a low case. It is, at least for growth to dramatically decelerate over this decade, it is very much a likely scenario with the approval of the company's clean heat plan. So we want to make sure that that's incorporated.
Mr. Hay, would you like to add anything? Then I'll turn it back to Mr. Martz.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity. Keith Hay with the Colorado Energy Office. I'm going to take your question and perhaps go in a slightly different direction than simply looking at the respective load forecasts. I think what is clear from this process and others that are currently before the commission is that a lot of what we are going to do is going to depend on the modeling that we are able to do. Other states are starting to look at requiring their utilities to build and provide models to the commission that the commission and interveners would be able to use to share with you our sense of what the future might look like, whether it was mine or Ms. Fickling's or anyone else's. And so I would just ask the commission to consider whether there would be value in having some sort of publicly available tool with relevant inputs and usability for the commission and interveners on a going forward basis that would allow you or us to test these kinds of assumptions.
I guess, Mr. Martz, if you could respond to or another PSCO witness, and if you could say your name when you start speaking, if you could respond to both those requests, more about how we influence the baseline and whether there's how and where you see that dialogue happening. And I mean, it's taken a long time to get to having a joint encompass model in the ERP, but we finally got there, and maybe because of modeling and computer stuff, we can get there here too. But if you could respond to both those points, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Sure, thank you, Commissioners. My name is Zach Pollock, EACHPOLLOCK. I do want to clarify a little bit here because I think we're talking about potentially two different types of forecasts. my colleague, Mr. Whalen, was referring to our system-wide load forecast. That's something that's very similar to the load forecasting we do in the electric resource side, that underpins our Encompass model runs. So that process, as Ms. Fickling was discussing previously, we're already starting to see the impact of negative usage and negative growth, largely thanks to the efforts of our demand-side management programs. We did also provide several sensitivities in our clean heat plan showing what potential policy adoptions may look like moving forward. So at a system level, we're already starting to reflect that. There's obviously opportunity for further refinement and improvement. Back to my earlier comment, though, it gets a lot more challenging when you think about the adoption of heat pumps, or other alternatives to gas that we've modeled at the system level for the purposes of clean heat and our demand-side management programs. Really, I think the question we're asking, or what I seem to be interpreting here, is how do you take those system-wide forecasts and allocate that to a gas capacity forecast, which is at a very specific local level? Ultimately, that gets into the question of what is the propensity of adoption of a specific measure on a specific part of our system. And I would just say that I think we're in the very early stages of that. I haven't seen any gas utilities really do that robustly yet. So we're open to exploring the question, but just wanted to clarify that I think we're talking about potentially two different types of forecasts here.
I understand. Ms. Henry Sermos or Mr. Ms. Welcome.
Sorry, I did not post my pronouns in the conversation. Hi, Leslie Henry Sermos with the UCA, and our comment just it regards mostly pointing out the fact that in these forecasts we continue to see system growth. We continue to talk about system growth when we have a duty to promote decarbonization and the reduction of emissions that would derive from the application not just of state and local goals and federal policies and DSM. So it's interesting that in this GIP we continue to exclusively address or point out that the system will continue to grow in the next few years, or is forecasting growth. So maybe we need to reconsider and try to, as other of the interveners mentioned before, consider the implications and the impacts that policies and state programs will have, and present possibly forecast consider that decrease in demand growth. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that comment, and I'll follow it up with my next question that also was raised by Mr. Pollack, and is distinction between system-wide demand and demand which leads to capacity expansion. And it sounds like we asked to try and understand what capital savings might occur with lower demand growth, and it seemed like the company was unable to do that in this proceeding. So just any thoughts on where and how we can better understand the the capital investment savings associated with lower or even negative demand growth. Mr. Pollack, Mr. Martz.
Sure, I'm happy to take a first shot there, Commissioner. I think it's a challenging question. So I think the best thing I can offer up at the moment is that we are very much interested in exploring the opportunity for deferring or avoiding that capital, and we've tried to do that through the non-pipeline alternatives. Some folks have started referring to this as zonal electrification, but that, in our view, and largely a reason why you saw us present that and move that forward to try to accelerate that in the clean heat plan, is to understand in earnest what's the opportunity to avoid capital investment in certain parts of the system. We've also introduced the targeted demand area concept through our DSM proceedings. So I think it's really challenging, and it's a great question of how we do that more at a systematic level. So I think for the time being, where we're testing those assumptions is through these MPA and targeted demand area processes.
Ms. Fickling?
I'm sorry, who was that was just speaking, please?
Mr. Pollack from Public Service Company. Ms. Fickling or anybody else on the stakeholder side want to respond? Is that adequate? Would you like to see different outcomes? Any suggestions to offer? Ms. Fickling from Western Resource Advocates.
Yeah, as we noted in our comments, we strongly support the company's filing or the company's proposal for a zonal electrification project in place of the Pearl Street main replacement. And this is exactly the kind of project that we want to see in future GIP filings, as well as if the company is exploring that through the Clean Heat Plan proceeding, we very much welcome that. And I think that raises an interesting question about the project categories that we are exploring for non-pipeline alternatives in future GIP filings. And this is something that we've also had a couple of rounds of comments on. So the Pearl Street project was categorized, it was categorized as an expansion project, but it really was a reliability project with what the company called incidental, that will indirectly add capacity. Those are the words that the company used in their filing. But it really shows how certain reliability projects can also be explored for non-pipeline alternatives. Say, if you have a replacement project that serves a small number of customers or even one customer, which another zonal electrification project example is PG&E, which is piloting a project that would provide non-pipeline alternatives to one single customer, a college campus, in place of a pipeline replacement project. So there are potentially other projects that would fall in the system safety and reliability category that could also have similar characteristics that could be analyzed for non-pipeline alternatives. So that's something that we're interested in exploring further. Let's see, the Stratogen report commissioned for the PUC posted to the commission's website. They also recommended that MOUT projects, maximum allowable operating pressure projects, could be good opportunities for non-pipeline alternatives because they are conducted in order to fulfill PHMSA requirements by 2028 or 2035. So a lot of lead up available for these projects. And you can potentially couple, say, a non-pipeline alternative with derating of pipeline capacity in order to meet those. So we are interested in exploring different types of projects under the system safety and reliability category, which is, according to the company's filing, about 70% of the company's planned investment through 2028, to see if there might be NPA opportunities in that category as well, given that that appears to be a majority of the investment that the company plans to make.
No, I appreciate it. I just say I'm trying to keep it in forecasting investment and non-pipeline alternative categories. So maybe we'll come back to that dialogue in a bit and try and keep it focused for now on the demand. But I appreciate it's all linked together, right? The demand drives the capital forecast, and the way to manage the capital forecast is seeing what the alternatives are. So thank you, Ms. Fickling. I guess the last question I have for the company is, do you have any data on the price elasticity of demand? For example, did higher natural gas costs in 2022 lead to a reduction in natural gas use? Or would you expect a different answer if higher prices were sustained for a multi-year period, like in 2005 to 2008?
This is Travis Whalen again. So the answer is that we certainly did see an impact when we had the more recent price shocks. They did not sustain especially long, and we didn't see, even as prices started to come down, we actually saw a faster rebound than we had seen in prior years. So there's a little bit of ambiguity as to whether or not that elasticity is changing over time. We would expect to see a degree of elasticity, especially if we saw substantial increases in price. And that's certainly something that would be incorporated, not necessarily it would be incorporated in our sales, but we would likely need to incorporate that in the rate of electrification more than anything. As prices came up, we would, in order to see that incorporated in anything that would flow through into this proceeding, it would need to impact the customer counts, because even if we are seeing a reduction in throughput, a reduction in sales, in order to have any meaningful impact on what we're seeing here, where we're really just relying on the customer counts and then flowing that through to peak demand, we would need to have a direct impact on electrification rates. And that would have to essentially be modeled outside of our current process.
Appreciate that. Commissioner Gilman, you want to jump in? And appreciate you going last and having to adjust to the dialogue and taking it as you see fit. So thank you.
Sorry, it was a bit of a relief since I had a lot of internet work to do, but happy to be with you. Okay, I had a question for public service, starting out on the partially the design day question, but perhaps more generally. So UCA criticized the company in their reply comments for not providing information by customer class related to the contribution to peak, as requested by the commission in the questions that were issued. In their comments, UCA notes that since the company's description of its forecasting is built off of actual customer use for the past 10 years, I think it is, UCA argues that you necessarily do have the data to disaggregate by customer class what the impact is. So just curious if you can address that for the company.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Blank, Commissioner Gilman, and Commissioner Plant, and all stakeholders. My name is Ghassan Saror, G-H-A-S-S-A-N, last name Saror, S-A-R-O-O-R, and I'm the manager of gas modeling. To your question, Commissioner Gilman, the way we have our synergy gas model set up is to look at the volumetric flow in terms of the entire system. We're able to break that up regionally where feasible, but to look at the customer impact or the customer loading in terms of customer class, there's some opportunities where we are able to do that, but there's others where the system is so integrated that we're not at this point able to break that to that sort of classification. We're able to break it down to residential and small commercial, and then the transport versus sales aspect. But we are working to update and refine some of our modeling processes today.
Okay, thank you. And would the company see, I mean, I see some significant potential value in understanding the demand contribution of just by customer class, especially as it gets into NPAs, potential gas demand response projects, potential for electrification, which may depend heavily on the type of customer. Do you see value in continuing to work toward that disaggregation to understand to the best degree possible?
Yeah, absolutely, Commissioner Gilman. We definitely see the value, and as my colleagues have previously mentioned, we are always open to working with external stakeholders and the commission itself to understand how best we can, do some of these process improvements and to understand the value and obtain this information for both the company as well as external stakeholders. So yeah, definitely see the value there.
Okay. Several parties have provided comments on the company's design day methodology or what's understood of it in this proceeding, and have some thoughts, I think, and comments about what process could come out of here to better examine and understand all of this. We have some information here, but I think it certainly appears to me that commenters are desiring more information and a bit more process around this, specifically things like actual weather circumstances and history used, a lack of comparison or lack of visibility for stakeholders into any comparisons with the actual peak demand versus modeled, and data on that contribution by customer class. So the commission currently has open proceeding 23M-0092G, which was a repository proceeding for materials related to the commission's general investigation into Colorado natural gas utilities design day and peak demand parameters. So looking at this exact issue in terms of how it works. For understandable reasons, we did quite a bit of work in the spring, held the CIM and issued a set of questions, which we got responses from each of the LDCs. But we're a little busy right now. That's your gas teams. So we don't have anything ongoing at the minute in there. But does this appear to be an appropriate place to continue conversations and information sharing about some of the technical details here? I mean, if the company's expressed a willingness to discuss this and look at the technical aspects more, clearly stakeholders have an interest in understanding the technical aspects more. We have an open proceeding. Is that the place we should be doing this, or do you all have a different suggestion on how we move forward on specifically the design day understanding?
Good morning, Commissioner Gilman. Steve Martz, STEVE-MARTZ, Vice President, Integrated Planning. We certainly saw those comments from our stakeholders. I think our reply comments reciprocated that sentiment that we're open to, hosting stakeholder workshops on design day methodologies and working to contemplate, input through those stakeholder workshops. So I'll keep it kind of short and simple. I think it gets to the spirit of trying to help bolster transparency into this. And we look forward to working with you all in terms of setting those up and working with the stakeholder community.
Is there any difference if the commission hosts the workshops under that open proceeding?
I'll have to defer to a regulatory colleague of mine.
Morning, Commissioner Gilman. Can you hear me?
Yep.
We can. You may want to take your, there you go.
Got it. Steve Berman, STEVENBERMAN, Regional Vice President of Regulatory for PSCO. I don't think there's any concern if the commission were to host the workshop.
Okay, thanks. I know there's a lot of talk here and just wanted to recognize we may already have the venue we're seeking to continue these discussions. So appreciate you indulging me on that question. A few more specific questions on forecasting, which may not be your realm, Mr. Berman. So to my understanding, the company creates a statewide customer count growth forecast, essentially based on 12-year historical, and then kind of divides it out by county based on DOLA information about expected proportions of population growth. Is that an accurate depiction of how the company is currently considering customer growth and modeling it?
Yes, Commissioner Gilman, that is correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I could not hear that.
Sorry, I was not unmuted. Yes, Commissioner Gilman, that is correct.
And maybe just give her your last name real quick.
Sorry, yeah, last name Saror, S-A-R-O-O-R.
No worries. So I wanted to talk for a minute about how forecasting is dealt with in the rules. People have suggested different changes to forecasting. We've had some live conversation today about ideas to improve forecasting. But the GIP section of the rules essentially refers to the clean heat plan section of the rules, with the plan, at least as I understood it, coming out of that rulemaking being that the forecasting would primarily be done in the clean heat plan, but that those forecasts and outcomes, specifically of the clean heat plan proceedings, would then serve as the basis for forecasting to be used in the subsequent GIP. Does that meet your understanding, or is your understanding different than that at public service?
Stephanie, Commissioner Gomez, Zach Pollock, OCK. I think that's consistent with our understanding.
I'm sorry, could you say your name again, please, louder?
Sure, it's Pollock, Pollock, last name. So I think that is consistent with our understanding. Again, I refer back to the earlier comments about 30 minutes ago or so. Really, the challenge there is taking the system-wide forecast, which my colleague Travis and the load forecasting team work on, and figuring out how to do the spatial allocation of those forecasts to the gas capacity planning. So those are separate processes largely. They're related a little bit today. There's probably opportunity for tying those things closer together. But it's a really challenging question that I'm not aware of anyone in the industry solving, of how you take 200,000 heat pumps and allocate that to a hydraulic pressure model, which is really sort of indifferent to customer choices and decisions until we actually see that data show up historically. So again, it goes back to the question of how proactive are you going to be in those forecasts? And ultimately, from our perspective, we feel like we need to do a little bit of back testing before we start changing how we plan our system based upon those spatial allocations.
Okay, so yeah, I want to understand a little better. So if essentially kind of the gift forecasting relies on clean heat forecasting, which relies on in turn Rule 4731A, which the commission deliberately laid out in that rulemaking for a fulsome forecasting methodology, or at least minimum criteria, I guess I would say. So given the timing here, I understand it was a pretty tight timeline between when the rules were finalized and when you all submitted the GIP. Was it just a timing problem in terms of executing on the forecasting requirements laid out in 4731A, or do you all just simply not have those processes in place or are not able to forecast in the way indicated there? And if not, what's the approximate timeline that you all see to be able to comply?
Yeah, I think there's two answers to that question. The first is certainly a sequencing issue. It takes about a year to run our forecasting process, and we do biannual updates at the system level. The second question, which really gets into more of the specifics, I would probably refer back to our supplemental direct testimony that we just filed in the Clean Heat Plan. But internally, we're already having to start to have conversations around how we align these moving forward, and really look forward to continuing that conversation as part of the Clean Heat docket.
Okay, so maybe to be more specific, because it gets on a few of the things we've already talked about today, Rule 4731A indicates that the forecasting that's used should have forecasts with base, low, and high forecasts for sales, customer count, design capacity requirements, and for all to do so on a total utility and customer class basis, and to do so aggregated by pressure district or an appropriately localized geographic segment, and to do so explicitly including the effects of local building code changes, changes to line extension policy, programs and incentives for building electrification, be them local or federal, and the price elasticity of demand, among other factors. So I guess I'm trying to gauge, I don't want to create new requirements out of this M docket about what you all should do for forecasting. To me, I think the commission already laid out what we saw as the minimum requirements for forecasting here, which already hit on a lot of the ideas and discussion today. So I'm trying to assess the feasibility of the company complying with that in the next GIP in terms of forecasting. So can you give me a better sense as to the feasibility of us seeing this in 2 years, forecasting being done that complies with that rule?
Yeah, apologies. I don't have the rules in front of me. Can you remind me 4731A? I believe that's the Clean Heat Plan section of forecasting. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe, I don't know the application in front of me, but I believe we've met or explained why we've been not able to meet those requirements in our Clean Heat Plan. I do think there's an opportunity to tie the Clean Heat Plan, again, largely because it's a sequencing issue, to the future GIP to the extent that we can meet those requirements and it's practicable. So we're working on that process. Fully appreciate the desire to have those tie out a little bit closer.
Any update on what's the most problematic here? What is a timeline we can expect to see forecasting that would comply with even parts of the rule?
Again, I would just echo the clean heat parts of the rule. We just filed supplemental direct testimony on that. I think as far as the translation of those system-wide level forecasts, which are done by our load forecasting team and provided in clean heat to the GIP, we've just started beginning that process internally of translating those system-wide forecasts to potentially a more granular level. So I don't really have much more to say, unfortunately, and probably not the news you want to hear today. But we're very much working on it and see that as an opportunity for improvement.
Okay. On page 25 of the company's reply comments and in response to party feedback that the company should include changes to policies like building codes in its forecasting, the company responded that the company only includes enacted policies at the time the forecast is developed. So I wanted to explore that some more and see if you could tell me what specific enacted policies related to greenhouse gas reduction in the building or natural gas sector or building code impacts were specifically included in the forecasting that was done.
Can you remind me, was that in the clean heat plan or was that in the GIP? I think you said it was the GIP.
That was in your GIP reply comments, page 25, according to my notes.
Yeah, apologies. I'll probably have to defer that to one of my colleagues in load forecasting or gas capacity planning. So give us a second to get them.
Sure.
Trying to get the page reference as well. Travis Whalen, I realized I never spelled my name. It's TRAVISWHALEN. Yeah, so as going back to the forecast that was included in the GIP, I don't know that we actually had any specific carve-outs in this one. By the time we rolled around to the clean heat plan, there were a handful of policies, specifically the Denver commercial building electrification had been approved and had been incorporated. I don't believe any others had been incorporated at this point, especially because many of the ones that we were aware of that had been enacted were small enough that we couldn't find an effective way to make them not anything more than noise within the forecast. I think the other point I would add there too, again, looking at our system-wide load forecasting process, that's typically planning to an average. It's not planning to the extremes that Mr. March was talking about earlier, which are possible, albeit have lower occurrences, typical average winter day. So I really
sir, you just dropped the end of your sentence there. Could you speak up and state your name?
Sure. Apologies again. Zach Pollock, Pollock with Public Service. Just wanted to reiterate and highlight the difference between the forecasting processes again. When we do our system-wide forecasting, that's looking at throughput, that's looking at a usage and consumption from an average perspective. When we translate that down to our gas capacity planning process, that again is planning to that 1 in 30 design day, where average usage is not a great indication of planning our system in a safe, resilient, reliable manner. So important distinction there. Obviously one that we're working on understanding those locational impacts a little bit further, but as far as how the actual average usage compares to PK usage, it's a little bit of a different relationship there.
But if there's a localized project for localized capacity need with significant building code change in that area that's largely predicated on future growth, wouldn't that be more than a blip in that area for that project?
It's a good question. From an average perspective, I would say yes. You can imagine a space heating ban and where only heat pumps are put in. That's certainly going to have an impact from an average perspective, but it goes back to my earlier comment. It really depends on the composition of the resources, what the load shapes of those measures look like. That's a big reason why we feel like a good entry point into this discussion is looking at it through the lens of non-pipeline alternatives and targeted demand areas. It's extremely challenging at a system level to make those types of assumptions and allocate those down to specific parts of our gas system that are being modeled hydraulically.
Sure, but I think, and I know someone gives a suggestion, not to deviate too far into the NPA, one of the parties gave a suggestion about looking at local electrification policies and incentives as part of the MPA. But if they were already baked into the forecast, as they should be per the rule, that would be redundant, right? Like if they're in the forecast, then your projection for how much, say, demand you need to offset with an NPA would be instructively different, probably because of the impact of the local policies and codes and incentives, right?
I think generally we agree with that. I can just say from my experience with gas capacity planning in New York State, local law 97 is a big law, expected to have a tremendous amount of impact. And I think it's taken a lot longer to see those impacts than policymakers had initially envisioned. So conceptually, absolutely agree. I think the fundamentals and the physics of how that gets flown down into a gas capacity forecast is a challenging question to answer, and one that we probably don't have all the answers to today. So, we're definitely open to exploring that further. But I think it's less of a binary question here.
Okay. I have a follow-up question on the chairman's question about, I forget who asked it. The price elasticity of demand and how that might impact future usage of gas. So I think most of the examples given were about kind of gas commodity price spikes and kind of what impact those had or how sustained those were on kind of a maybe an inclination to save or use less among customers. But if your rate forecast, say in the clean heat plan or as we go forward, show a sustained and significant growth in base rates, would there be some impact that is not based on commodity cost alone, but based on the price elasticity of people are willing to pay even among your base rates, and what impact that might have on customer growth? Which I presume would be a sustained effect.
We'll probably defer that to my colleague, Mr. Berman or Mr. Martier, if they're available.
I can attempt an answer. Again, I think, Commissioner Gilman, these questions are theoretical in nature and challenging, right? I wouldn't disagree with that premise, but there has to be an alternative. So, I mean, if a customer's base rate is increasing to a point where you would expect to see that elasticity where they would use less, they would have to have an alternative to go to heat their home, right? If they don't have another alternative, they are likely in a position where we need to evaluate what our rates look like to recover those costs. And I think you're seeing a lot of that probably in the supplemental testimony in clean heat that was filed, and what those projected futures could look like and what those rate impacts could look like.
Yeah, I mean, candidly, I think the alternative is electrification, right? If we think so many customers are keen on heating with natural gas because for years it's been, the more affordable way to heat your home. If that's no longer the case, wouldn't they necessarily make a different economic decision in terms of their preference fuel?
Potentially, yes. And that would leave challenges with continuing to cover the costs of maintaining the gas system for those customers remaining on it. And I think that's going to be a discussion in the future if we start to see those scenarios play out.
Okay. But do you think that's something the company will ever consider in their base forecast in terms of demand growth and customer growth if you see base rates getting to a high point where it would, in all likelihood, not be the economically preferable fuel?
Yes, and I think as we start to see any of these changes happening, they will need to be considered in our forecasting.
Okay, thank you. I had a question for Mr. Hay, if you're out there. I think Mr. Hay. Hi. So we saw no new business show up in this GIP in part because these projects appear to nearly always fall below the $3 million threshold for a planned project. But you renew a suggestion in your comments to evaluate new business projects in the clean heat plan. So I just wanted to understand maybe a little deeper how you see that working in general, but more specifically, I think which gets to my main concern here, the company's premise is that these new business projects come up fast, there's not a lot of time to react, there's not a lot of time to plan, and due to their obligation of serve, you know, it's triggered and boom, they feel the need to serve them. So the cadence of the clean heat plan is further apart than the GIP planning, you know, at 4 years maximum, potentially less than 4 years. So how would we be able to catch new business projects in a process that only happens every 3 or 4 years if these really generally come up almost within the year they need to be executed?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Gilman. Again, Keith Hay, the spelling on the last name is Hay, and I'm the Senior Director of Policy at the Colorado Energy Office. I think to the extent that you know the company is offering you the sense that we were learning our way through this process, I would agree with them. I think that you point to a really important challenge. You know, we had suggested that we consider new business in the clean heat plan proceeding because it had been our sense, based on the pre-rulemaking and the rulemaking, that the gas infrastructure planning was really intended to look, its piece of the emissions reduction puzzle for the gas system was really intended to look at planning the long-term strategy for how we're going to handle gas capacity, and that working with specific customers on alternatives to adding their load to the gas system was potentially better done, where we wanted to look at alternatives that might be specific to those customers. Are we wedded to doing it in clean heat planning? I think the answer is no. You know, we may capture some of this in DSM, we may capture some of this in beneficial electrification plans, and in fact, I think that we should do it in both of those. We could also do it in clean heat planning. So I think to answer your question, you know, how could we do that? You know, there likely could be some sort of flexible budget allocated to the company to work with customers to design alternatives on a, you know, near-term going forward basis, so that there's a sort of presumption that they are working with those customers and they have the budget and the flexibility to be able to do that, consistent with the directional goals that you have given to them. You know, at the end of the day, as I said, we should be working with these customers in DSM plan proceedings, or resulting from what we've done in DSM plan proceedings and electrification plan proceedings. Clean heat should be sort of the place where we're catching the things that we haven't otherwise caught, and thinking about what more we need to do in addition to the savings that we should be getting from energy efficiency and electrification.
Thank you. While I have you here, I don't know if you have any thoughts on the gas forecasting conversation I was having with public service. I mean, I think as I see it, this is already in the rules with some specific direction as the base requirements for forecasting. I'm not at all clear from the conversation when this will be achievable or to what degree the company is making progress on this. So I don't know if you had any thoughts on forecasting and how we get to a more meaningful inclusion of many of the factors that the commission intended to be included in a timely manner.
I agree with you, Commissioner Gilman, that it is already in the rules, and clearly we should be moving in that direction. You know, to the extent that there may be technical challenges, you know, I think that it may be valuable for the commission to direct the company to have a technical conference with interested parties and the commission staff to lay out where those are, and to bring in, you know, outside experts from gas modeling and gas system planning. New York State has been doing this. The state of California and the Energy Commission there have been engaged in this work. Massachusetts is deep into a process of planning how to decarbonize its gas sector and making great progress on modeling electrification across its state. We could probably learn from the state of Maine, which is, you know, going deep down the road of heat pumps in a state that, you know, having grown up in New England, is cold and damp for a lot of the year, and they think it's going to be effective. So I think that there is a lot of opportunity to learn from others, but I think it probably requires the commission bringing the utilities in, and not just public service, but all of them, to say, what can we do now what do we need to be able to do, and then directing them to move more expeditiously in that direction. But I think a lot of it's probably there today from a informational basis. I think if we had a model that we could all use to, change some of the key input assumptions, for example, customer willingness to adopt electrification technologies, the commission might get a wider look at what may be possible to achieve some of these emissions reduction targets. So that's sort of an add-on to that technical conference piece, is coming back to that, a publicly available sort of open source model, I think would be really valuable.
I appreciate that. Just wanted to open it to any of the other parties on, well, primarily this question on forecasting and how we get there sooner and with more confidence. But anything else you've heard in design day or forecasting, Ms. Pickling.
And yeah, I mean, following this discussion, particularly the discussion that you had with Mr. Pollitt, I guess I am also still trying to understand exactly where the sticking point is. And I guess my understanding of the discussion that you had is that one of the challenges is to take a statewide adoption forecast, say from the Clean Heat Plan, 200,000 heat pumps, and apply that locationally to different pressure districts. And that the customer adoption piece is the difficult piece. I'm not sure if I'm understanding that correctly, but that was my read of it. And that obviously there is some uncertainty there. And it almost seems like the uncertainty is less when you're considering the impacts of local policies, which almost necessarily have localized impacts. So for example, the city of Denver has an all-electric commercial building code. That is relatively easy to, it is relatively easy to estimate the impact of that code on adoption within Denver. But appreciate that as you get further and further out geographically, it is difficult to estimate how the incentives, say, provided by federal or state programs, or the adoption of heat pumps under the Clean Heat Plan will affect adoption city by city, county by county. That said, I think uncertainty is just baked into this entire process. There is significant uncertainty associated with the non-pipeline alternatives as well, where the company is making assumptions that a certain incentive level is what is sufficient to get a sufficient adoption of heat pumps, heat pump water heaters, of energy efficiency, what have you, to avoid a pipeline project. And these assumptions are necessarily going to evolve iteratively as we continue to implement these projects. And I sort of see it as the same way in terms of the growth forecast. And I think the commission's will do incorporate consideration of uncertainty by requiring a high reference case and low case forecast, and perhaps that helps to capture some of the uncertainty that we're looking at when we're looking down the road and trying to figure out, okay, how do these policies actually impact adoption? So with all that said, I would support the recommendation of having a technical conference to explore some of these issues further. And I think in particular, the local governments might be helpful. It may have done their own analyses of how their local policies will impact heat pump adoption, particularly in cities like Denver that have goals, specific goals going out to 2030. So, just encourage all of us to continue this conversation. But yes, as we go forward and as we are incorporating a rapidly changing policy environment, we are dealing a lot more with uncertainty.
Thanks, Ms. Pickling. Anyone else on the forecasting? If not, I presume the chair is going to move us to a new area. Yeah, Mr. Dennison.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Jim Dennison. That's D-E-N-N-I-S-O-N with Sierra Club. I would echo what Ms. Pickling just said and add that we understand with this being the first dip out of the gate, there are going to be some growing pains and areas for learning and improvement. But we just really hope to see, as the company gains experience overcoming these hurdles, and as we look ahead to, future adjudicated GIPs and those filed by other companies, we think it could be very valuable just to have a clear understanding of what is required, what's expected in terms of forecasting. Our understanding of the forecasting rules are consistent with what Commissioner Gilman has described, and just recognizing the challenges of this initial GIP, we think it's important to set clear expectations going forward. Thank you.
Thanks.
I had a quick follow-up, if I could, Mr. Chairman. For Mr. Hay, I was curious if, one of the things that we've been talking about is sort of gathering the information of heat pump adoption as it comes up. And of course, the Energy Office is preparing to release a variety of incentives coming from the IRA. And I know that associated with any federal funding, there are a whole bunch of reporting requirements and record keeping requirements. And I'm wondering if, as you're doing that, if that might help to inform, future proceedings on what the level of adoption is that you're seeing, and whether or not that can be sort of translated to help us get more accurate numbers.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Plant, and you better than anyone probably understand the levels of federal reporting that are required. We are certainly looking at that and the tracking and reporting obligations that we will have both through the state weatherization program as well as the additional programs we will have. While I don't know yet exactly what those will look like, I think that is something that we're happy to work with the Commission and the utilities on to help provide information on what we are seeing in terms of rebates and uptake for various electrification efforts. Similarly, I would say, the utilities can probably provide some color on that as well, to the extent that they are providing rebates for different types of heat pumps or other devices. They should have that customer information, and they should be able to provide that to the Commission as well, so that you can understand, are we seeing a greater uptake from the utility side of rebates in certain jurisdictions and not others. So I think that the combination of the work that we do, as well as what the utilities do, and there may be other agencies as well that can help provide that. But I think being able to gather all of that data will be important, and we're certainly happy to work with you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Hay. Appreciate it.
Mr. Hay, might I maybe add, in addition to just kind of uptake and where these are occurring, it seems like one of the most important bits of information, at least in the short term for forecasting, will be to understand if the existing gas systems are continuing to be used as backup or not. Because the company keeps alluding to this divorce, right, of throughput from capacity requirements. And so to the extent that customers electrify but maintain the gas appliance as a backup, that may do little to help us in the GIP in terms of capacity avoidance. So just to point out that seeming like a small bit of information, but actually appears to carry quite a bit of weight in the forecasting in terms of if we're still planning for that particular customer from a capacity perspective or not. And like to what degree, to what percentage is that happening versus, say, full electrification?
You're frozen just on my end.
No, he's frozen. Maybe we'll take that as deep contemplation of what I was saying, but we did have someone turn their camera on before, right before Commissioner Plant spoke.
Mr. Curry Kuykendall, if you would like to jump in here.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Kerry Kuykendall from UCA. I've set water rates for Denver Water for 30 years. And it seems that the demand forecasting issue seems to me is the problem is that the company is looking at it from their system-wide forecasts and trying to allocate things down when they should probably flip that and look at it from individual usage up. They have the data. They collect data hourly, secondly, by minute. They know exactly what their customers are using, when they're using it, and how they're using it. That actual usage can be aggregated up to a customer class, which could be aggregated up to a system. And so it doesn't seem to me that there is, I don't understand why there's this great big break between how your customers are using water, how they're peaking, how residential customers are causing the system to be expanded, and the system-wide forecasts. It seems to me that we're making this harder than it has to be. You have the data. We can come up with individual usage characteristics. We have it. Let's get it in use and get it inside of our forecast.
All right, Commissioner Goman, should we move on?
Yeah, I didn't have any, thank you for that comment. I didn't have anything more on forecasting.
All right, thanks to all. Should we turn to investment? Again, we're doing demand forecasting, investment, non-pipeline alternatives, and others. So now we're moving to the investment category. Commissioner Plant, you want to jump in?
Yeah, so we're not doing the non-pipeline yet. We're doing
Correct.
that later. Okay, I did not have any questions for the investment section. Thanks.
All right, let me pull up mine. So I guess for the company, I was a little disappointed by the lack of visibility into the majority of capital spending in this process, and it seems like we may have set the dollar threshold too high. In your last gas rate case, company witness Ms. Zeke, in her direct testimony, hearing Exhibit 106, identifies a set of what she calls, and I'm quoting now, discrete projects that are typically large, often multi-year projects, greater than $300,000, in which the company sets up a discrete work order to track the specific cost of the project. Discrete projects are identified through the company's builder call line, new business, requests from municipal or government agencies, mandatory relocations, or the company's other planning processes. Given that the data on discrete projects seems readily available as part of the company's ongoing work order and accounting processes, any thoughts if we asked you to provide a listing of discrete projects, those above 300,000 as part of the next GIP filing? Mr. Martz?
Yeah, I
Mr.
think my
Berman.
colleague, Mr. Berman, is on the way in. Sure. I don't think we would object to providing a list of the projects. As you state, I think the challenge here maybe globally in what was brought forward, and we addressed a number of things in our response comments, right? As we looked at a $2 million and a $1 million threshold, it didn't make a lot of difference. If we considered projects that were started prior to 23 that you would see in the next GIP, it does make some more difference there. I think it's a fair request to list those projects, the ones you've just kind of described. I think where we would get into a lot more burden is if we were to go into a deep dive into each of those projects, because I suspect you'll see a lot of smaller projects. And maybe just to offer another point here, what we've been thinking about in terms of the large bucket of dollars that you're not seeing discrete projects for being the safety investments.
and Mr. Martz and others can kind of help me with these. But I think what we would intend to provide in the next skip is something more like what you had historically seen in the PSIA reports around those types of programs of work, and giving more description and explanation about how those dollars are being spent when they're not discrete projects, to help kind of give more of a picture around all of that investment.
Well, that would be greatly appreciated. So it sounds like maybe there's two things we'd be doing. One is listening to discrete projects, which I remember from the rate case does capture significant amounts of additional capital investment. And then second, making a series of filings along the line of the PSIA and on the safety investment. So is that a fair characterization of how we're leaving this conversation?
I think that's fair. And one caution I would give with the discrete project list is you may not see as many of them in the out years, like years 3, 4, 5, because those are not always identified that far in advance. So I think the key is that, you know, we do our best when we don't have discrete projects identified to help explain what that pool of dollars is for. Kind of like the PSIA, I think with like new business and mandatory relocation, you'll see fewer discrete projects the further out you go.
Understood. Any thoughts? I know if we ask for some geographic analysis of known locations for both the discrete projects and PSIA projects along the lines we just discussed, I think a couple parties suggested that we try and group it by location. You know, again, just to see where it is and, you know, where the dollars are going and where the constraints are. So any thoughts on that?
I think I'll try to tag somebody in to help with how well positioned we'd be to provide that.
Yeah, I'm happy to weigh in here, Chairman Blank. This is Steve Martz, STEVE MARTZ, Vice President, Integrated Planning. Yeah, we're certainly open to that. Like Mr. Berman had indicated, you know, we're going to lose a little bit of resolution as we go out in time. But, you know, from a very plainly stated, you know, I don't see an issue, foreseeable issue with providing that data. I do have one small caution when it comes to capacity allocation based on geographics. You know, we can provide estimates and we're happy to endeavor to do that, but I just want to caution that it's just that, it's an estimate. You know, it can kind of change. So think about like, you know, an integrated system, you know, one distribution supply line, say serving, you know, like a boundary area, like where Lakewood, you know, hits Inglewood as an example. We can kind of estimate like on like a peak design day basis, you know, where load might be bifurcated between like the two municipalities in that case, but it's just being an estimate and it won't be static. You know, that design day estimate wouldn't necessarily represent every single day of the year, but, you know, given you guys are all okay with an estimate, we can provide that.
Well, that's a nice segue into my next question. As I understand it, in 2023, the company proposes to invest $494 million in its natural gas system, which is, I believe, up $45 million from projections made in the most recent rate case. Can you help me understand, you know, that seems like a big mess. Can you help me understand sort of the basis for that?
Sure. Give us one moment, please, Chairman Blank.
Yep.
Do you have a specific reference? I know you're kind of talking about the last rate case versus the GIP filing. Is there a specific piece of our comments or our initial filing that we could point to? Just, I don't have the budgets at hand, so we're happy to kind of look at like a specific driver for that. I do recall that in our last case, I think we provided reconciliation of forecasts versus budget once or twice in that process. I'd have to kind of look at a specific reference to compare this one, or the GIP, sorry, to the last rate case. And also maybe further clarification, are we talking expenditures versus additions?
Mr. Mendelson, can you help me?
You see me, hear me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I'm just asking them, the company proposed to invest 494 million in its natural gas system, which was 45 million up from the projections in the most recent rate case. Can you help me, any guidance to the company? Or maybe I'll just ask it without tying it to the data. Just, can you help me understand why there would be big misses even in the next year along those lines?
One thing I would say, just right off the bat, Mr. Martz alluded to, if you're talking about, and in rate cases, we are typically talking about capital additions. What tends to happen there is that if a project was projected to be in service, say in November or December of a year, and there was some delay, and it gets pushed into January, you would see that entire project flip to the next year. So there can be pretty wide swings when we're talking about additions. You don't typically see that with spend because you would have spent most of the dollars, but when you actually put it in service, you'll see all of that hit potentially in the analysis you're looking at.
Appreciate it. Just another question along these lines. From 2023 to 2027, the company projects cumulative capacity investments of almost 2.4 billion. As I understand it, prudently incurred capital spending increases rate base, which raises earnings. Given this financial incentive and the fact we may not have a complete visibility into the capital expenditure plans in this case, any thoughts on how we can use this process or other ones to sort of get comfortable with the capital spending levels and make sure they're appropriate?
I can start here as well. I think the number you're referencing is probably total capital spending. I think you said capacity. I don't believe that. The bulk of that's probably actually safety and asset health type investments.
Yeah, I meant capital.
But understand the question.
Capital. Sorry.
Yeah. I think all of the things we've been talking about here, right? Better visibility into what those dollars are being forecasted to do, right? For all of these programs of work, having a better sense in the next skip of what basically every dollar is going to do to the system and what the need for those capital dollars are and what the potential impacts of not spending that money are. I think that's important for us to be bringing forward in the next skip. And then as we continue to evolve our forecast, the whole section we just talked about, and include all of those new pieces to it coming out of clean heat and other proceedings, I think we'll start to see a shift and a change potentially in that spend pattern. But right now, that's not being forecasted in. So I think, the continued discussion through all of these proceedings will ultimately help inform and better give more visibility to the commission to understand and provide guidance on how the company should be thinking about some of that.
Appreciate it. Last question for you. In its response to commission questions, it sounds like the company said even with 0% load growth, investment may be needed to maintain system pressures. Can you just help us understand why that might be?
Probably Mr. Martz or someone else in the room question.
Yeah, happy to weigh in. Again, Steve Martz, MARTV. So without a specific reference, Chairman Blank, it sounds like you're just kind of, if I can, kind of general understanding on ongoing investment in the system, to maintain its reliability. And, certainly the system has various vintages, ranging from the early decades of the last century to very recent. But just respectfully remind our stakeholders in the commission, we do have federally mandated safety requirements wherein we do have to address known risks on our system, whether they be distribution or transmission. That is federal code requirement. Like Mr. Berman had alluded to, a lot of our capital expenditures that are anticipated are held within the system safety, asset health, and reliability bucket. There could certainly be conditions, just I'll offer an illustrative, just try to be helpful, where we might need to, where we could have like a 0% load growth scenario, but we might need reliability investment. Would be something to the effect of, we have 0% load growth, but we rely on regulator stations and say compressor stations to ensure gas can move around our system and serve the existing customer base that we already have. And so, there could be reliability investments like that where we'd have to reconstitute the compressor system or rebuild it or something like that in order to maintain reliability. Another factor to maybe consider too is that, as a general statement, a lot of our systems are very integrated systems. So, we certainly have many regions on our gas system where we could have different policy-driven implications to load forecasting. But given that it's an integrated system, it might not exactly be tit for tat. Sorry, I don't have a technical term there to say that we can just turn off parts of the system. So let's just say we have a distribution supply line that's serving both the cities of Inglewood and Lakewood. If we see code-driven like electrification happen in, say, Lakewood, but not Inglewood, we'd still need to maintain investment in the common supply line or the common supply lines that serve both communities. So I hope that helps. I mean, we're certainly not, we're certainly open to evolving this process as we see data and evidence of prospective policy start to impact our system. And if we see widespread, adoption of heat pumps, and that's picked up in our backwards testing of our system data, I can foresee a future where we start to minimize that spend. I just want to ensure that we, preserve our ability to make those safety and reliability investments for the remaining customer base.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it obviously wouldn't go to zero because you have some system maintenance and balancing authorities. But as you said, it sounds like it would be significantly reduced. Commissioner Gilman, that's all I had. Should we break for lunch, or how much do you think you have in this area?
I'm guessing it's a half hour, so I think people might get hungry. So I'm okay.
All right.
Going lunch now if you want.
Yeah, why don't we break for lunch? What do you think? Come back at maybe 12:30 and start up again with you, Commissioner Gilman, on investments. And just thanks to everybody for the engaging conversation.
Chairman, can I interrupt for a moment?
Yes.
Could I ask public service, to the extent possible, to get on laptops so that we can see their faces and hear better? The phone is difficult. It's very difficult, and I can't see their faces. So just to the extent possible, that would be great.
Is that Mr. Martz or Mr. Berman? Mr. Martz.
We'll endeavor to, we'll endeavor to do our best. We have been turning on our individual cameras. As an example, can you see me, Chairman Blank? Like,
yes,
just me.
Yes.
Yeah. So we've had participants. We have been doing that. But we'll review kind of the comment and see what else we could do here.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks all. And we've certainly had our own share of internet problems on our side, me included. So thanks to everybody for the thoughtful dialogue, and we'll reconvene at 12:30. Thanks.
Maybe we should.
I'll just give it one more minute for people to join. And while we're waiting for people to join, I just, now that we've had lunch, I just wanted to welcome Ms. Henry Sarmos and Mr. Kuykendale from UCA to the festivities here at the commission. It's nice to see
Thank you very much.
Yeah, nice to see new faces. So just welcome. Hello, sir.
Nice to finally meet you.
Yeah, likewise, likewise. Mr. Berman. No, that's Mr. Moritz. Did you have your hand up? We can't hear you. Oh, okay.
Okay, can you hear us now, Chairman?
We can.
Okay, wonderful. Apologize for that. Just a quick update. We spent 10, 15 minutes trying to problem solve the issue with kind of cameras. The challenge we have is, since we're all in the room together, which is just driven by the kind of fluid agenda, trying to make sure that we're responsive to your questions, we were not, unfortunately, able to come up with a good way to have us like individually featured. What we think is kind of the problem is, since we're dialed in here as a room, probably what the court reporter is seeing is just our phone number, which is the 1303, since we're all talking through the same speaker, so apologize. Maybe what we can do to help compensate is we'll just try to be a lot more rigorous and disciplined with stating our names and titles. Sorry, we couldn't come up with a solution for you.
No worries. Appreciate the attempt. And I'm sitting here with my cell phone on as backup in case my internet bumps. So I think we're all making this up as we go along. All right, any other preliminary matters? Commissioner Gilman, you want to jump into it?
Yeah, great. So I think we're still in the area of sort of capital or project inclusion and budgeting, I guess. Maybe
investment.
Yeah. Okay, so start with a question for public service. It's on kind of the categorization of expenses, if that helps you understand who would field it. And I was wondering if the company can define asset health kind of as a subcategory, and what type of work is undertaken under asset health.
One moment, Commissioner Gilman. There we go. There, my video has started. My computer's just a little bit slow. This is Steve Martz, STEVE-MARTZ, Vice President, Integrated Planning for Public Service. Your question, Commissioner Gilman, around general commentary on what falls into that bucket. I believe we defined it in our GIP filing together. System health, asset health, and reliability is kind of one broad bucket. The reason for that is because, I think the commission may know, our internal budget categories, which we had previously used, you've probably seen those in past rate cases, et cetera. We kind of had to do this effort wherein we kind of altered those to fit with the GIP reporting requirements. So just wanted to make that note. There's a little bit of a translation that had to occur here as part of our first GIP. Beyond that, what asset health refers to is a lot of our integrity management work that we participate in every year. I know we've talked a lot with the commissioner around the PSA filings that we used to have, and I could certainly go into deeper detail if so desired, but this would be like our distribution integrity management programs, where we have several lines of programmatic pipeline replacement work, as well as our transmission integrity management work, which would be things like inline assessment of our transmission pipelines, MAOP reconfirmation work, other work as prescribed by code.
Is all PSIA what's the differentiation between something being asset health besides rather than being more generally kind of the PSIA bucket? What is the differentiation there, or is there none?
Sure. I actually would ask Ray Gardner, who's our Area Vice President of Engineering, to probably give you more in-depth details on that specific question. Give us a moment. We're going to try to make sure we shift our cameras.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner Gilman. Ray Gardner, RayGardner. I'm Area Vice President, Gas Engineering. So to take a shot at your question here, so PSIA investments would all be categorized as asset health, but not all asset health work would have been included in the PSIA. And that was really because of the structure that was put in place with the PSIA.
Okay, so what's an example? Sorry, I'm trying to remember the way you said it works. What's an example of an asset health that is not a PSIA?
So asset health is not PSIA. Sorry, I'm coming off my memory here. It could be something related to like a compressor, if there's an issue with a compressor, specifically tied to like reliability of said compressor. And bear with me because I'm thinking on the fly here, but something where we needed to do a overhaul on a compressor that would not have been included within the PSIA, but would generally be categorized in the asset health category that we've utilized in the past in our rate cases.
Okay. And I think you expressed in your filing and kind of continue to express some ambiguity where you all have some different categories than we're in here. And so there is, I don't know if it's necessarily ongoing fluidity, but kind of a judgment call between where specific projects go to necessarily fit into the categories that we described in the GIP rules.
Yeah, I think that's a fair characterization. We had budget categories that were legacy that we've used as a company, and then we had to recategorize to align with the categories in the GIP. So I think that's a fair characterization.
And are there, some significant number of projects that fairly could be considered in different categories, just depending on maybe what judgment call is being made?
There's some, but I think for the most part, I think the GIP categories are structured enough that there's not an immense amount of overlap. I think one example that we've talked about a little bit is a overlap between capacity projects and system safety projects. And so that's one, not to go down the NPA path too far here, but we've committed to saying if we have overlap in those two categories, that's an area where we would do the NPA analysis that aligns with the capacity category. So there is some overlap between those two, if that's helpful.
Yeah, and with regard more specifically to maximum allowable operating pressure, are those seen as at least capacity related projects, and that one potential remedy of that would be to decrease system pressure and potentially evaluate NPAs to as a potential solution to those situations?
So specific to maximum allowable operating pressure projects, the federal code lays out some very prescriptive ways that we're able to remediate those. So one of those is lowering the pressure on the pipeline. One of those is doing pressure tests on the pipeline, and one of those is replacing the pipeline. So as part of our process and how we identify the appropriate remediation for each project, we go through those different remediation methods. So, and evaluate each one with that in mind. So to some extent, yes, but it really only applies if you were able to reduce the pressure on that pipeline enough that you were outside of the transmission regulation that drives that. But I think principally, we also have to keep in mind that there's a reason that we're doing the work, and that is to remediate a safety issue on the pipeline.
And so by simply eliminating the federal code compliance concern, it doesn't necessarily always remediate the safety concern. You have to make sure that you're lowering an example would be if the requirement was 20% SMICE and you only lowered it to 19.9, which only lowered the pressure by a couple pounds, that's not going to necessarily remediate the safety concern on said pipeline. It just remediates that federal code compliance piece.
Okay. I have a couple questions about capital planning and budgeting. So I'm not sure that's you anymore, but that's where I'm going. Thank you. Just curious if you all anticipate, I know you all indicated some potential upcoming advancements in the company's planning and capital budgeting due to an internal kind of reorganization or new group in charge of integrated planning. So I was curious, do you all anticipate advancing the company's planning and capital budgeting processes such that projects in just a couple of years may no longer be without scope and budget sufficient to review in the GIP?
So I think I'll let Steve Martz answer that one.
Yeah, I apologize, Commissioner Gilman. This is Steve Martz, MARTZ, VP of Integrated Planning for the Public Service. I don't fully think I understand your question. Could you restate it? I just want to make sure we're responsive.
Sure. Yeah, maybe I'll give you more of the background of why I ask. So clearly you're aware that commenters, nearly all of our stakeholders are looking for a way to see a more significant amount of the company's upcoming capital investments represented in a GIP. And potentially the capital threshold we set of $3 million is one of those issues, which people have commented on quite a bit. But in the company's GIP, in addition to this capital threshold, it appears to me that one of the main things keeping projects out of the GIP, or a reason we are not seeing them, is the company is claiming that the planning or scoping or budgeting for the project is not progressed enough to show the specific project at this time. So that's kind of the basis of where I am, and wondering if the company is anticipating advancing how you all internally plan and do capital budgeting so that we would see projects show up or be scoped or known about sooner than we're seeing right now.
Sure. Thank you for the clarification. And that's where I was getting caught up with your original questions. You were talking about scope. So, I'd say that's certainly something we view as an evolution. I can't categorically say, what the exact number is of projects that we anticipate would be in our next GIP as an example, but that's certainly something, that Mr. Berman had alluded to earlier. Being able to bring forth projects earlier in the process is certainly kind of the spirit of what GIP is intended to do. We're aligned with the spirit of that. I would say in terms of, this current GIP, part of that challenge for us is, we kind of had to draw a line in the sand around November in order to be responsive to, making the GIP filing per the rule requirements. And so we were kind of working with the best information that we had, which means that for frankly, a lot of these programs to work, we didn't yet have fully anticipated projects. Going forward, like I said before, I think this is an evolution. Like Mr. Berman had indicated, I think we're anticipating that we'd bring forward, kind of large programs of work with, some level of scoping and budget detail as it pertains to our stage gate process, which I think we've talked with you all before. And would just note that this is probably a pretty fluid exercise, right? It's really hard to have, a set line in the sand where we can say that all projects are at the same level of maturity, are going to have various levels of maturity. Some projects that are very well defined, in the near term, will have more scope and budget details than say a conceptual project that we might have identified in say, the year 2028. Partly the other reason for that, as you think about project development, there's needs to be an allocation of resources to advance and mature the project. And so the way our stage gate process works is it's meant to give us a systematic way to allocate resources, meaning like engineering activities, permitting activities, and things like that to sufficiently mature the project before we've necessarily made, a final investment decision. So in short, I think we're aligned with you there. It's something we're certainly endeavoring to improve upon and evolve as we bring forward future GIPs.
And are you all amenable to trying in the future to represent those further out projects that may be more conceptual, as you point out? And I think we recognize such in the rules that kind of the first 3 years, you probably know quite a bit about the projects, and the subsequent 3 years are probably in less clear focus in terms of the specifics of the projects or specifics of the budget. But being that, we probably have just a certain window where NPAs are really able to be implemented and executed. And it is probably in somewhere around the mid to latter half of that entire 6-year window. And so do you think that the company will be working, or can I get maybe a commitment from you that the company will be working on trying to move those further out, more conceptual projects into the GIP so we can see them, have visibility, and begin evaluating earlier on if NPAs really are an option so we don't miss the window where that would even be functional?
Yeah, I would say some of that's kind of, happening today. There's two things that come to mind. As an example, I think the Mead to East Longmont project is an example of that. Project kind of, hitting the radar, for lack of a better technical term, us, foreseeing that it was going to occur, and then us deploying, our self-initiated NPA process to identify ways to come up with, a better solution set. We're hopeful that, we'll continue to progress to more kind of hybrid solutions where we're able to see reductions in capital, pending the success of other non-pipeline alternative measures. The other thing that we're thinking of, obviously, here are targeted demand areas, which we've talked about in our DSM proceedings. And that'd be another good example to, be able to look ahead. And this is part of our annual capacity planning process. Look ahead where we see deficiencies in system performance, be able to, again, deploy our NPA process, as well as identify that as a target demand area so we can start working proactively to see, what measures can be undertaken to avoid CapEx where necessary. So I think we're, aligned in the spirit of what you're after here in your question.
So in the Mead to East Longmont, and I do appreciate seeing, those large projects further out so we can begin to assess what's going on there. But I think the company's suggestion was essentially to take that up in the next GIP because there's not like very concrete pricing, unless I'm wrong about which project we're talking about, but pretty sure. So that would put us, you file the next GIP in mid 2025, we'd be in early 2026, let's say, by the time a fully adjudicated GIP would be done, and the project needed stated in 2028. So is that really enough time? Or if we have this larger, slightly less certain on the cost conceptual project identified, how could or should we be working this far in advance when it's identified to be evaluating and beginning to implement NPAs if that looks like the way forward, so we don't just run out the clock and leave ourselves without enough time to actually do an NPA?
Sure. And I think the fundamental disposition of your question, so it's a process question. So I'll ask Grace Jones from Public Service to jump in here as she manages our NPA process.
All right, thanks, Steve. My name is Grace Jones, Jones. Like Steve mentioned, project manager of the Non-Pipeline Alternative Analysis Program. And specifically in relation to Mead to East Longmont, I think the evolution of the NPA process is that we're trying to catch projects as soon as they're identified through our capacity planning analysis each year, which is why we wanted to bring forward the Mead to East Longmont project as well as the Fort Lupton Compressor Station project to give an indication of whether or not an NPA portfolio even has the means to be successful of mitigating the capacity shortfall of the peak hour gas demand in that area. What we found and what we presented in the GIP is that we do believe that there is sufficient evidence to support the fact that an NPA portfolio would be successful in those areas. However, we weren't able to determine without the capital cost estimate of the gas infrastructure project whether or not that was the cost-effective solution without being able to screen it through our cost-benefit analysis tool. So I think the intention here is that we will provide an update in the next skip as we deem that kind of capital expenditure scoping exercise complete. But again, we do feel that there is sufficient time within those two project areas that we're not at a standpoint right now that if we don't proceed in the immediate future, we'll be at risk. We feel that there is enough time at this point to implement that NPA based on the scale.
So what, I appreciate that explanation. What are the company's plans kind of specifically between now and the next skip for these projects? As you've said, we've identified these large projects. We think NPAs could be promising, but we can't do the exact math. So what do you do? Do you work in the interim on beginning to develop NPA portfolios in those areas and see if you can avoid them? Or are we just kind of holding tight? Like what, I don't understand what the interim process is that happens there.
Sure, and I can explain that. I think it's actually kind of a multi-part process. So maybe I'll break it down into a few parts. So the first thing, of course, is that our capacity planners are still looking to solidify the scope of those projects. So in addition to doing NPAs, we also charge ourselves with looking at what are the other proposed gas infrastructure projects. So making sure we've really fleshed out the alternatives on that side. Once we complete scoping and get a cost estimate, that will sort of alleviate the concern when it comes to testing for cost effectiveness. On the DSM side of the house, we are also looking at, of course, still pursuing our normal DSM process, potentially even identifying this as a targeted DSM area, like we mentioned before, because it is in the outer years. And then the third part of that is we're still working to refine our NPA portfolio based on feedback here that we're receiving from the commission as well as our stakeholders as to what we can continue to do to evaluate it. We will be reevaluating it once the gas model is updated through capacity planning, because that again will give us 1 year's worth of data to say, were we really on track with the forecasted capacity shortfall? Once we receive that, we'll rerun the NPA portfolio to see where we're at. And that I think will bring all of the different puzzle pieces together to be able to make a recommendation on how to proceed. And then not to open a can of worms, but then at some point we'll also need to discuss, you know, an appropriate method of cost recovery to start pursuing NPA projects like this, because of course we're a little bit at a standstill there until that is situated.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm sure we'll see you a lot more coming up. I don't want to go too deep into NPA. It's just you brought up MEDs, Longmont, and I had to follow that one for a minute.
I'm happy to jump in, and yes, we can talk more about it for sure.
Yeah, but I'll keep most of the NPA discussion to our next category. One more cost estimating question. Just curious. So, you know, I had to express some concerns in the original technical conference we did on the level of accuracy or tightness of the company's cost estimates for projects, whereas some were listed as, you know, as high as plus or minus 20% that were already under construction by that time. And I understand some of this could have been a timing issue with exactly when, what point in time the GIP was kind of frozen. But just curious, is this something the company is continually working on? And do you track, you know, I know there's some discussion even in the cost benefit analysis. I think it was Denver or Boulder was suggesting to use kind of the higher level in the range of potential costs for the cost benefit analysis for the infrastructure project. Whereas the company is arguing to use the median. And I was wondering if you also have any data on kind of your cost projections of they've been over the years at certain kind of vintages out, and how accurate, and if there's a trend in that direction that could help inform what should be used in the cost benefit analysis.
Yeah, so thanks, Commissioner Gilman. This is Ray Gardner, R-A-Y-G-A-R-D-N-E-R, Area Vice President, Gas Engineering. I can take this one. So the short answer is yes, the cost estimating process continues to develop and evolve. The stage gate process that we've talked about in a lot of our filings over the last couple of years is something that we developed, and then we continue to evolve and improve on as we go throughout the process. So I think a large function of what you identified during the last technical conference and that that we talked about then is a function of the timing of kind of when we defined the start line of the GIP and versus like when it was filed specifically. And I think as we mature in the GIP process where, you know, future GIPs don't have the, I'll call it start line that this one did. And I think that you'll see a more fluid process for projects that way. But I think the other answer to kind of the second part of your question is yes, it's something that we continually improve on and we continue to evolve on, is cost estimating and moving projects through that stage gate process.
And Mr. Gardner, just to follow up, does the company have internal information about project cost projections for gas projects that they're doing 2 to 6 years out, and then subsequent tracking of actual costs to understand the accuracy and direction of error that's typical?
So when we look at like 2 to 6 years out, it very much varies based on the project. And I think that's exactly what you saw in the GIP, and it's what you've seen in like prior PSIA filings, where specifically the two projects we talked about where we had the, was it Meade to East Longmont and like Fort Lupton compressor, where we have some really high level estimates out there, but they're not refined at this time. And so what we included in the GIP is to say, hey, we know they are large enough that they're going to require like CPCN filing. So yes, there's numbers out there, but when we're looking 6 years out, that's a pretty long range. And so we don't look as closely at the delta between a 6-year estimate and the actuals on the project. We do look at estimate versus actuals on projects as they get executed though.
Sorry, I lost your last sentence.
Oh, sorry. We do look at estimates versus actuals as part of our metrics on our projects as they go through that stage gate process.
Is that something that can be available through some forum? I think that would really increase our understanding of how the stage gate and the accuracy of the estimates is working as we move forward.
I think it's something we can definitely look at. I'm hesitant to commit right now without further consensus on our side, but I think it's definitely something that we can look at.
I mean, at a minimum, it seems like with the GIP process, perhaps we could do something like that on a going forward basis, where here we see the project estimates and then can track to actuals, perhaps in some reporting, and begin to build that data record. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll see that specifically when we're looking at those out year projects. By the time we file the next GIP, you'll see refined cost estimates. I mean, ideally, what you see is we file a GIP and then you look that has a project that is, at the information period of the GIP, and then when it moves into the action period of the GIP, you see a refinement in that cost estimate. So I think it's some of the refinement of the cost estimate is natural to the process. I think what you're asking for is, in addition, looking at actuals on those projects. Am I correct?
I think that would be informative to the process, especially as we move forward and kind of see this as an evolution to really do a check on how accurate were we, how far in advance, and what does that teach us? We already have some different suggestions of what should be used in the cost benefit analysis in terms of the entirety of the range being projected. And I think it could be very informative to use some of this historical information as we move forward to really understand what is the most appropriate.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think it is worth noting when we look at like the stage gate process and look at the estimates that are built in, there is uncertainty built into those estimates. So they do have like a risk and contingency factor built into that cost estimate that comes through. So
before the plus or minus 20%, like whatever stage gate you're at, that's built into the base before that range.
Correct.
Okay. So we don't see, at least in my understanding, a single instance of a planned programmatic expense, despite the known existence of something like the failed meter replacement program And we also don't see any examples where, you know, related projects may contribute, you know, each one say might be 1.5 million, but combined to serve the same purpose because it's kind of different segments of a project, they would be 3 million. So I don't know, can you help me understand why? Are there really no programmatic expenses that in total raise over the $3 million threshold for a year? It's a little hard for me to believe.
Yeah, so the specific guidelines in the GIP state that it's discrete projects, and so that's why those programs of work weren't included. And so I think when you look at our response to the commissioner questions that we filed, we included a table there that included not just like, here's our GIP projects, but also here's like programmatic work. And I think we talked about that at length in our GIP filing, that there are programs of work for which discrete projects are funded out of. And so that's why you aren't seeing more discrete projects. So hopefully that helps answer your question.
It does, but I have confusion about how that complies with the rule. So the definition of defined programmatic expense was intended to encapsulate these sort of, well, the programmatic expenses, I have another word, that where a discrete project would not rise above the 3 million, but the entirety of the program being run for that same purpose, whether it's, you know, a failed meter lot or, you know, we had a whole thing on the valves, would rise to the 3 million. It's a program that in total is over 3 million. So to me, that's the exact definition of the defined programmatic expense, that it is not a discrete project. It is a program that in aggregate is over the limit. So is there a different understanding of that at public service?
I think there is a different understanding, and I think the way that it was defined in the rule was that it was defined as company-wide programmatic investment in activities related to relocation or replacement of meters and customer-owned yard lines, or as otherwise ordered. And so in this case, we don't have a failed meter replacement program, and we don't have a program related to customer-owned yard lines. And so outside of those activities, we didn't interpret that to include any and all program of work.
Are you able to identify kind of what the largest programs of work are from a capital intensiveness standpoint?
Yeah, and I would reference you back to the table. I don't have the table number handy right now, but it's included in our response to commissioner comments, where we included a table that had, for the different project categories, all the different programs of work that kind of flushes all of that out.
We lost you. I lost your audio.
Operating pressure, STEM programmatic, all of the different programs that are tied to our capital investment.
Okay, great.
Beyond just what was included in GIF. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the reference. Appreciate it. I have a question about safety integrity expense forecasting. So I don't know who's right for that. And I've seen the responses here, but I'll be honest, I'm still a little confused, especially given that a lot of the focus for safety programs is to essentially know and rank your risks so we can be investing ratepayer money to mediate the highest risk situations first and prioritize the company's time and spending on them. So, you know, I remain a bit confused and concerned why we don't understand what discrete projects would be in, say, 2 years or 3 years, or at least an idea of what the company thinks as of now they would be. It seems like that would be an essential part of understanding and ranking the risks, is to have those discrete projects identified in the order you think they should be addressed.
So I think it's key to think about like how we fund those discrete projects. So we budget them as a program, and part of this is the evolution of the GIP process. So similar to what you saw in PSIA filings before, where we have programs of work, and then within those programs of work, you have a collection of discrete. So a lot of our system safety and integrity projects are funded from those programs. And so they're budgeted as a program. Once the project gets enough detail, and when you get into that current year, then it is actually pulled out of the program and funded as a discrete project. So that's why you don't see those at that level. And I think our company process is that we might go through and risk rank, if you think about like distribution replacement programs, we might go through and risk rank all of those assets and identify which ones are the highest risk. And then they get compiled into a list that's funded from that program. And that aligns with the way that the PSIA filings were done. And so that's true of the structure that the company had prior to the GIP. So there's definitely some shift. And I think a lot of those, specifically, if you take like distribution pipe replacement projects, those are generally projects that are going to be less than $3 million as well.
Okay. So you're saying when is it typically, like the year before that you identify within the program the discrete project that'll be done?
So the discrete projects might be identified. We might have a preliminary list of like, this is the project that we're going to do, but they wouldn't actually show up in our budgeting process as a discrete project until like current year or 1 year out. So again, that's why I say, like, if you think back to like PSIA filings where we'd have a program of work and show a funding level for a program of work, and then we would provide all the different projects that we'd be doing. But when you looked at like a couple of years out, those projects didn't necessarily have cost estimates, and they weren't really written as discrete projects at that time because they were funded as a program, and then the individual discretes would get pulled out.
Okay, and I think you were talking before, maybe with the chairman, when I was having some internet trouble, about potentially trying to provide more information, especially more along the lines of what we used to see in the PSIA on the ranking of these projects and kind of showing what's in these programs. Am I right about that? That you all were talking about showing more of this information in the next GIP? And that would get to, in some part, particularly my questions here on what is the ranking within these specific programs? Where are those projects?
Yeah, that is what we were talking about before, about potentially doing some variation of like what we used to provide in the PSIA filing. Obviously, we kind of have to iron out a lot of details there of exactly what does that look like, and what would that reporting look like. But my head goes to something more in line with what you saw with the PSIA filing.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. As you can imagine, I think from our standpoint, seeing a lot of detail, individual projects, and then suddenly we get a filing that shows $0 every year. We got to figure out how we get more insight and better understand what's going on here. So appreciate the conversation. I've just kind of another area I wanted to get to, really to include the other stakeholders as well in this discussion. So I don't know if you want to turn your cameras on now, sure, or whatever, but I'll be asking for the other commenters to provide some information here or some feedback for me. So within several of our discussions in the rulemaking, the commission linked the work performed in GIPs to work in rate cases, expressing the intent and move to a more proactive review of capital expenses, especially during this time of significant transition and consideration over the long-term impacts of continually increasing investment in the system, rather than the retroactive review that has historically been done, which has given the commission and stakeholders really little to no say in the appropriateness of projects or potential alternatives until after the money's been spent. This process outlined in the new rules laid out, I think our best efforts at how this can be structured, but clearly we have a lot of concerns that the percentage or the amount of investment probably fails to meet a level of significance in terms of the overall investments to be made by the company. So I wanted to better kind of explore with some of the stakeholders what this linkage is kind of more substantively with rate cases, because I can't help but go back to our original intent. And so if a project comes in through the GIP, you know, and meets the price threshold, we'll conceivably have gotten an NPA, and we can see if that was really the most prudent way to move forward with the infrastructure investment or with the NPA. Now, if a project just isn't known or the detail is not provided in the GIP for whatever reason that could or should have been represented in the GIP and shows up for the first time in the rate case, I'm just looking for some guidance on how people are thinking this goes. You know, should there be a mechanism to ensure that the same type of information that would have been provided in the GIP and the same type of alternatives analysis should then be done when a project is brought forth in a rate case? And, you know, if the NPA looks favorable at that point and the money's already been spent, I don't know where that leaves all of us, but just curious to hear some thinking from the stakeholders on kind of this relationship. You know, I think we tried our best to say what looks like a reasonable amount of investment. You know, we're at a very small percentage, but the more I think of it, like we can try and word around, you know, forcing or funneling higher and higher percent in here. But I think this is really the fundamental question of like, what's the carrot and what's the stick? What's the benefit of seeing these projects early on? Clearly, I understand it from the commission's perspective, but, you know, from the company, what additional risk are they undertaking if the projects do not go through a GIP and they bring them straight into a rate case? So, Ms. Fickling.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I mean, it sounds like something that is definitely
Going on in and out, Ms. Fickling.
Oh, apologies.
If you could lean forward, I think it may be better.
It's supposed to be coming in through my headphones now, but I'll bring the microphone up to my mouth. Is that better?
Yeah, that's a little better.
Okay. Yeah, I think we would generally be supportive of that. It does seem from this discussion that there does need to be some ongoing NPA review. And although and every 2 years filing for these GIPs is quite frequent relative to other plans or you know, even rate cases that a utility might file, it may not be frequent enough to capture. So, for example, the situation that you alluded to earlier with Mead to East Longmont, where there is not a firm cost estimate by the company, and that cost estimate is evolving. But at the same time, it would be great to get started on implementing non-pipeline alternatives before the next GIP case is decided in 2025, I guess, or maybe even early 2026. And so having some sort of retrospective review in a rate case seems like it would facilitate, you know, not just examining non-pipeline alternatives once every 2 years, but incorporating non-pipeline alternatives analyses into ongoing processes that the company undertakes, making it, I don't know, a more programmatically integrated exercise. So yeah, generally, I think this is something that we'd be very supportive of, you know, to kind of facilitate that planning going forward.
Yeah, and just to be clear, like, so nobody panics, I'm not talking about reevaluating the same project again for no good reason, but project that either gets through the cracks or around the system shows up for the first time, to just trying to understand how we have some sort of meaningful review and understanding of alternatives, which may get into the prudency of that investment and our understanding of if it was the best option to move forward with. Any other comments? Yeah, Ms. Steinberg.
Hi, Sarah Steinberg. That's STEINBERG with Advanced Energy United. I do just want to echo those comments. I think given that the prudence of long-term gas, traditional gas infrastructure investments is more in question than ever, we would really like to see non-pipeline alternatives become just a general part of the process at every point, and whether that's happening in the GIPs at the front end or part of the prudency determination later on in the rate cases. We feel that they should be ever present to make sure that if we are investing in long-lived pipeline assets, there was a thorough review. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or thoughts on that question of essentially how this links to rate cases and what potentially the process might be if a project doesn't go through the GIP. Ms. Billette.
Hi, Kiki Velez, NRDC, and also with Conservation Advocates. I want to echo the previous two commenters and also just provide the perspective that I think having these projects and more projects evaluated for MPAs within the GIP is beneficial in that I think this format has been potentially a type of proceeding that more parties are able to follow, even with fewer resources. More stakeholders can weigh in, whereas I think gas rate cases can be a bit harder to follow. So I really appreciate the fact that the GIP process is available to stakeholders and encourage. I know earlier, I think Commissioner Blank mentioned that alluded to the fact that potentially a lower dollar threshold for inclusion of projects in the GIP would be helpful, and I agree with that. And also that just generally more projects should be evaluated for MPAs through this forum.
Thank you. All right, one last chance for any thoughts on this topic, because that's all I've got on the capital side of things.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Now moving to non-pipeline alternatives. Commissioner Plant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I just have a couple of quick questions, and I don't know if this goes to Ms. Jones or someone else, but it really has to do with the cost benefit analysis process on MPAs, and I think you were mentioning the cost benefit analysis tool. And my question is around the costs that are attributed to the distribution side in that calculation, and how the company comes up with those costs to be allocated when evaluating an MPA.
Thank you for your question. Grace Jones, Jones. Specifically, are you wondering how we evaluate whether or not a distribution electric upgrade would be required, or are you more concerned about how we allocated the cost? I want to make sure.
Yeah, how you're allocating the cost and the components of that increase in cost that you're evaluating against.
Yeah, completely fair. So as we outlined in our comments, we do go ahead and take a look at the 5-year forecast for the distribution electric side of the house to see whether or not the increase in electric demand would trigger a capacity project necessary on the distribution side of the house. If so, we went ahead and developed a high-level estimate. Now, I'll be transparent to the fact that that estimate is high level. It's very challenging to figure out exactly where that upgrade would be required until we start to understand where the penetration of the NPA program will exist. So if we're looking at a relatively broad area, understanding what feeders each of these individual customers are served by is pretty critical, and understanding exactly what upgrade will be triggered. So we tried to make sure that we were specifying the absolute minimum upgrade required that we could identify at this point. That being said, as we start to implement it, we'll be able to gather more information through the NPA implementation process to figure out what customers are signing up for the NPA themselves and where that electric demand is being allocated to on a feeder level, which will help inform. Now, in regards to the CBA tool, the electric distribution infrastructure costs were then attributed as a cost to the NPA portfolio, again, for the sheer reason that they were triggered by the electric demand generated from the NPA portfolio. That being said, we did not count any electric upgrades that were already previously planned in that area.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm kind of getting at is, I think PSCO is a partner in, the state's effort to get to, I think, 940,000 EVs by 2030. Clearly, EV deployment is going to require some changes to the distribution system and upgrades that would benefit both increase in EVs as well as any kind of electrification on the heating side. And so as you're considering potential costs on the distribution side in order to sort of screen out what meets a cost benefit analysis for an NPA, it seems like some of that cost should be attributed to the EV side. I mean, EVs are gonna, pull up to 35 amps, and your heating systems are probably in the order of 5 to 20. So I would think that there's got to be some sort of a maybe subtraction out of costs that maybe could be allocated to other programs that are going forward. And I mean, we have this all over all of our dockets. They kind of crisscross, and one thing impacts another. But one of the things that was concerning to me about the MPA is that we're really excluding consideration of projects based on these costs that perhaps are going to have multiple drivers and wouldn't all be allocated to that specific project.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the commentary, and I agree. It's a pretty challenging conversation to have, because based on the most recent information that we have right now, we're not already being triggered to the fact that an electric distribution upgrade would be required through the EV program, or else it would already be attributed in the forecast that we're comparing it to. EVs themselves, too, are a little bit easier to control in regards to the load as they are to heating. And so that's another thing to consider. But I again think that the CBA is evolving. And so even internally, we'll continue to have this conversation about whether or not that cost allocation is appropriate. The other thing, though, that I did just want to reemphasize is that several of these projects did have an indication of a need for an electric distribution upgrade. However, they were still determined to be cost effective through the CBA tool. So it's not necessarily that if an electric distribution upgrade is required, it's getting axed from the NPA program. That's not the case at all. And that was evident, through the Pearl Street project as well as the S3 reinforcement.
Thank you. That's the only question I had. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Plant. Echoing Ms. Fickling's comments, I just want to say I also appreciate the company's efforts on the non-pipeline alternatives. I think it helps move the dialogue along. So thanks for bringing these projects forward. I have one question on the Boulder opportunity, sort of based on personal experience. As an example, in my prior life, I used to rent space on the Pearl Street Mall in downtown Boulder that consisted of 4 enclosed offices and an open area with 6 separate desks that represented maybe a third of the total commercial space available in that building. Our lease, which was year to year, required us, the tenant, to pay 100% of the sub-metered energy bill. As I remember it, the building had a natural gas boiler with forced water heat with no ductwork and a series of, I guess, something like mini splits for AC. Given that this was an old building with no ductwork, with tenants on year-to-year leases responsible for the energy bills, it just really seems like it could be a heavy lift to convert this building to electric on the type of incentives we're proposing. I just picture myself pitching this to the building owner who we were on, I don't know, 7 or 8 or 10, year-to-year leases. And I just think it's gonna, I just can't imagine, I just struggle to see him wanting to do it. So would you agree? I see you nodding yes, that this is gonna be a challenge. And have you talked to any of the 66 customers? And do you think this is really something that we could actually do? It just seems like a really heavy lift based on the one owner I know.
No, and you saw me nodding. So again, thank you for that question. Appreciate the commentary there. And I think that you're really hitting the nail on the head. I am going to ask my colleague Mark to speak a little bit more about the technicality behind some of your questions. But at a high level, I think that what you were saying and the barriers to execution that you were mentioning are exactly what the company is thinking about as well. Zonal electrification is going to be very challenging. because it requires us to electrify all of the gas load. And that is in addition to just traditional heating loads. That is other things like water heating, cooking, for example. Restaurants are going to be very challenging. That being said, the company is, very interested in pursuing this new evolution of an NPA where zonal electrification could be included. And so we think it's pretty prudent right now to pursue this project in order to understand, are the incentive levels correct? What is the cost of customer adoption look like? What kind of concerns do we have from those communities? The list goes on. And so again, I just wanted to sort of thank you for that comment and hand it over to Mark to see if he could talk a little bit more about some of the technical details you were stating.
All right, good afternoon. Mark Schoenheider, Schoenheider. As Grace alluded to, my team manages all of our customer energy programs. You're exactly right, and part of the reason that I think the Pearl Street Mall is a great place to test this is it is limited to roughly 60 to 70 customers. Because you're absolutely right that you were talking about one customer without some of the challenges Grace talked about with, there's probably not laundry, not necessarily cooking in that building, but those challenges exist and it's magnified to every single customer on there. That being said, we think there is potential here, and I think stakeholders agree that if you truly want to impact the gas system, being able to prune it in certain areas will be a valuable tool. And so we have to test it, we have to try it. We know it's going to be incredibly challenging, but we hope that bringing stakeholders along, and the city of Boulder is an active collaborator in this process. We think that is a process that if we all sort of put our heads together, we hope to be able to do this. I would point out that we have other pilots where we're doing similar types of, I'm not going to call them groundbreaking, but we're trying to electrify challenging markets. The income qualified beneficial electrification pilot we have is the same thing, right? How do you electrify these customers and keep their ongoing utility burden, energy burden low or lower than it was? I appreciate you bringing it up, and we definitely echo a lot of the challenge that you were talking about.
Appreciate that. Let me try the Aurora project. In the company's filing, it says that the F3 Aurora reinforcement project is required to meet load growth, as are many other new investment. And I just ask, has the company ever looked at hookup fees for the new meters that are causing the capacity expansion? I understand that there's an obligation to serve, but presumably that is not a legal obligation to serve individual customers at a loss and socialize the cost over all customers, which it seems like we do in a number of instances from the prior gas rate case. Any thoughts on localized or even broader hookup fees to ensure that new growth is facing the new growth and new meters are facing the actual costs that it is placing on the system in a way that may partially reduce cross subsidies?
Yeah, I think I would be out over my skis answering that, so I think I'm going to turn that over.
Mr. Berman.
Mr. Berman.
Not sure I was going to satisfy you with a great response here. Certainly,
I'm having trouble hearing you, Mr.
better. Sorry, I was going to mute.
Yeah, that seems better.
Okay. I would say we had not considered that.
Now we lost you. If you just got a phone, you can just pick it up.
Any better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, sorry. I would just say that's not something the company has considered or modeled. That's not to say it's not out of bounds. I do think our obligation to serve is a pretty strict obligation to serve. But if the commission were to choose to have something like you suggest with a specific fee and a tariff, then, you know, that certainly could play in like any other rate structure. I'm not necessarily prepared to comment on whether we would agree or disagree with that kind of a structure.
Ms. Fickling or any of the other stakeholders, have you ever seen something like this? I mean, I know on the electric side, if you require a line extension, you know, you pay for it. It's out to your property. Mr. Brandt from Sweep.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I missed the morning part of the session. Justin Brandt, B-R-A-N-T, with the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. Can you guys hear me all right? I'm using headphones that I usually use. Great.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, Chairman Blank. I guess it's not something I'm aware of in other jurisdictions, but it does seem like you know, hookups, reducing line extension allowances may not be enough, and for new hookups to the gas system, we should be thinking about some of the future costs that they might be causing to the system in trying to think about the responsibility for those costs rather than just socializing them. So yeah, I guess I really appreciate the question and leadership on that one. And some of my colleagues might, or I see Ms. Velez coming on. I guess I also just wanted to say in response to some of the questions Commissioner Plant was bringing up earlier around, you know, assigning electric costs to MPAs. I think as we see and said in our comments, we have a lot of concerns with that, thinking, you know, if we are to meet our 2050 goals with the electrification of transportation and buildings, a lot of those projects, if not all of them, are going to have to happen eventually. And it's challenging to consider them as part of these sort of gas specific non-pipeline alternative analysis. In addition, I think it also will just be challenging, you know, public service is a gas electric utility, but we have gas only utilities where a lot of these data may not be as readily available and will be hard to translate between those two. So I guess just wanted to also say that while I have the floor. Appreciate the opportunity.
I appreciate it, but I just say even on public service company, it's not 100% overlap of electric and gas, and
absolutely, which is another issue of that I'm sure we will get to in these hearings.
And I just say on the hookup fee, you know, I don't know, it has to be across the whole system, but if you have a small group of customers, you know, in the mountains or in the West Metro area that are causing tens of millions or hundreds of millions of impacts on the system, it seems like, you know, just voluntarily, I mean, it seems like there's a cost allocation argument to at least considering things like this. So Ms. Velez.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate the idea. I haven't seen that specific idea happen in other states, or that policy or go into effect in other states. But of course, other jurisdictions have removed or reduced gas line extension allowances, as Colorado has through legislation. And I wanted to offer another idea that I have seen in other states to discourage new gas connections. The commission may be aware there's a staff proposal out of the California Public Utilities Commission, which would remove electric line extension allowances for mixed fuel construction. So the mixed fuel new construction would receive neither a gas line extension allowance or an electric line extension allowance if this policy, if the commission approves this staff proposal. That's something that NRDC supported in California. We think it's an interesting, creative idea to push, like you were saying, you know, we don't want these millions of dollars in gas investments that are going to be short-lived given our transition to all electric buildings shouldn't be, you know, stranded on all customers, especially customers who are low income and might never live in or are unlikely to benefit from these extension allowances. So just wanted to offer that as another policy that we've seen.
Ms. Henry Sermus.
Hi, yeah, just to add to that, I just wanted to mention that we cannot separate the policies that at a federal level and at a state level, we see it in the provide for the opportunity for the electrification of buildings. And to keep in mind that if we continue to promote gas line extension allowances, these eventually will become stranded assets that we will have to eventually deal with the cost of. So it's a good NPAs, and starting at this point, it's a good moment to start considering phasing out in these systems and taking advantage of the policies that we have, not just in the state, but at a federal level as well.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Sermos, Mr. Pollack.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blake. I really appreciate the questions and the dialogue here. I think this is really getting to some of the challenges with implementation. Apologies, it's Zach Pollack, ZACHPOLLOCK, Director of Grid Strategy for Public Service. We've wrestled with these questions quite a bit ourselves, and I did want to offer some learnings that we've had, and potentially some cautions from the non-wires alternative side of the world. I think in my opinion, Ms. Jones has done a great job of engaging our stakeholders here. We're excited about the Boulder opportunity. We've had great partnership with both the city and county of Boulder. But I do want to caution to some commenters' earlier comments, it's been challenging with very rigorous requirements around the NWA side of the world to actually move that forward. And I particularly appreciate Denver's comments in the GIP here. A little bit of a caution, making sure that we're specific in what the needs are here, and rather than measuring the process by its requirements, I think it behooves us all here that we move towards something that's looking at the results of opportunities rather than specific requirements that are formulated into the process. So, as the Commission's well aware, we had 2 NWA opportunities, which we solicited over the last year and a half or so. We got 0 bids in those opportunities. I think there were some great lessons learned and improvements that we can implement for the next go around, but really want to respectfully caution the Commission about prescriptive requirements here, rather than looking at a way that we can implement and move these projects forward in a way that actually leads to results and success on the system. So just a word of consideration there, and really appreciate the candid discussion and questions here, Chair Blank.
Ms. Fickling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a follow-up to some of my colleagues' points on this issue, I just wanted to note, as we're looking at financial incentives on the gas side, we also need to be looking at the electric side. And I know the Commission just had a hearing to learn more about some of the interconnection barriers that new construction is facing at the moment, not just for all electric new construction, but my understanding from talking to colleagues is that new all electric construction especially faces some of these barriers. And as we examine sort of disincentives on the gas side, it's also critically important that we're looking on the electric side and looking to proactively plan to reduce.
We're trying. I think that's all I had. Mr. Kuykendall.
Yeah, I was muted. In answer to your question on the water side, I know that connection fees are commonplace. I know Denver has them. The city of Boulder has them. The city of Louisville probably has some of the highest in the state. So yes, on the water side, they are pretty prevalent. In the theory that the existing customers have built capacity in their system and need to be rewarded or need to be made whole in terms of the capacity that they've built when new developments are coming onto the system. So on the water side, connection charges or system development fees are pretty prevalent.
Appreciate that. And over the weeks and months, look forward to seeing how energy compares to water. Ms. Valentine from Denver.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Claire Valentine, which is C-L-A-R-E, last name V-A-L-E-N-T. I-N-E. I just wanted to chime in since Denver was specifically raised here as well. In terms of prescriptive requirements, I think I think we are supportive of, some of the companies' lessons learned on the non-wires alternative side related to competitive bidding. But I think I also just wanted to clarify that we also see challenges between the potential relative subsidies and costs associated with line extension on the gas versus electric side. And I think that there is a lot of nuance and connection between what's happening on the electric distribution system versus, as compared to the gas distribution system. And to the extent that there is not capacity available for a customer on the electric side, but is available on the gas side, that could lead to different customer choices about technologies that are adopted or how that's treated in a non-pipeline alternative analysis. And so that was addressed in Denver's initial comments in this proceeding. So maybe I won't belabor it too much, but I think we're supportive in terms of those comments on the potential incentives or disincentives for line extensions and if infrastructure upgrades. We're generally supportive of kind of Ms. Fickling's comments there as well.
Thank you. I think that's all I have. Commissioner Gilman, back to you.
Thank you. So first I want to have a bit of a discussion, probably including most of the stakeholders, whoever's willing, about which projects get an NPA, kind of as the first discussion point. We have several parties arguing for inclusion of safety integrity projects, and then considerably, if we lower the threshold for a planned project, that might necessarily lower the threshold of what's considered here. And so wanted to have some discussion with stakeholders on what that might look like. I know we had set out in the rules for the initial GIP to see 5 projects come in from public service for an NPA. There was no real magic in that. We just needed a starting point, needed to watch the process work, see what happened and live and learn from it. So then we could use this proceeding to determine what's appropriate moving forward. So I'm very interested in suggestions on how we refine the NPA process, starting with what projects should be considered. I think we've heard some discussion on potentially some sort of safety integrity projects that could be pursued. And also if people could address at all in any comments, system size. I know some of the suggestions in the rulemaking were around kind of targeting the very largest projects, potentially for NPAs, which is pretty understandable and not they're the biggest risk for stranded assets, the biggest expenditure. But also if we only target the biggest, are we then kind of sacrificing smaller projects that could actually be much easier to execute in the short term, whereas we're only dealing with, a handful of customers or a smaller area rather than trying to deal with the very largest of projects from the start at a process that hasn't been done before. So just curious, any comments more broadly on what types of projects should be reviewed for NPA and how we kind of make this a functional funnel so that nothing's getting by just for sake of default, but that we really understand that we are have a functional process to target and whittle down to the most appropriate projects, independent of size category moving forward. So Ms. Blatt.
Hi, yeah, thanks for posing the question. I think it's a really important one. And I'll start to address, I guess, the first bit of your question about what projects should be included. And I think some of my colleagues at Conservation Advocates may want to chime in on some of the other parts of your question. So just as an overall, I think 3 main points. The first is, 1, a lower dollar threshold for including projects in the GIP and hopefully also including those for NPAs down the line. I think this is an especially important point because there's a report that's going to come out soon. I saw a presentation about it at a conference last week. It's a report from E3 it's specifically focused in California, but I think the results can be, and the tool that's in it can be broadly applied across jurisdictions. But basically what they've found is they were evaluating NPAs in various regions of California and found that under their cost benefit framework, a lot of these projects are cost effective, but they become even more cost effective when they're projects that are serving a lower density of customers. So for example, a big pipeline serving 3 customers in a rural area or 4 customers. And those projects might fall below the dollar threshold currently, but they're really important opportunities and low-hanging fruit to pursue. So that's just one reason why I think a lower dollar threshold is appropriate. Second of all, we would love to see the commission expand the NPA requirement both to a greater number of projects and more types of projects. The greater number of projects, because we think NPAs are a critical component of scaling down the gas system. And I think it's important that we urgently start pursuing these projects. Some of the projects that were proposed in this GIP, if the NPA weren't pursued, they would be depreciated and funds collected from customers through 2100, which I think is incompatible with Colorado's climate goals and managed and equitable gas transition. So for that reason, we need a greater number of projects to be evaluated for NPAs, but also more types of projects. So right now it's capacity and new business projects, but it's really important that safety and reliability projects also be considered for NPAs because these represent some of the biggest parts of the utilities capital budget, but they're also some of the biggest opportunities for non-pipeline alternatives. So important that those are considered. And one final piece is just when companies evaluating NPAs, I think as we and other parties discussed in our initial comments and reply comments, electrifying new construction, so all electric new construction is another piece of low-hanging fruit. If you can avoid the demand growth in the first place, that's a really cost-effective way to make more non-pipeline alternative projects cost-effective, rather than building mixed fuel today and then electrifying 10 years down the road. That's going to be more costly. So those are the main points I wanted to uplift, but I think Ms. Fickling or Mr. Brandt may have things to add.
Thanks, Ms. Valence, appreciate it. And also, the helpful comments certainly. And if there's any like specific examples or technical details of like, how do we build this functional funnel that doesn't overwhelm the system, that can be streamlined where it can be streamlined, that can have a quicker process where it can have a quicker process, but that doesn't miss projects because we didn't know to look. That would be really helpful as we try to design what the system should look like. Mr. Brandt.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I guess I just wanted to briefly touch on, your question about sort of some of these smaller projects, trying to figure out how to balance, requirements for NPA analysis with the need. I know in New York for smaller projects, essentially they use sort of pro forma cost estimates and assumptions for some of the smaller projects that go through this process. So there's no specific cost threshold. It's all projects essentially, or discrete projects. But for the bigger ones, they're more going through a more formal sort of project specific analysis. And for the smaller ones, they're doing more sort of pro forma analysis using essentially the utilities existing programs and some sort of set cost assumptions about those programs. I think this is one area where Mr. Pollack with the company, I generally agree with him. I think there's opportunity to geo-target the company's existing programs, especially as we're rapidly expanding energy efficiency, gas energy efficiency, as well as beneficial electrification, to deal with, to be the sort of NPA opportunity for these, some of these smaller projects and making sure the projects don't slip through the cracks. So I think, some thoughts on how we can maybe more formalize the targeted demand area or some other process within the existing energy efficiency or beneficial electrification framework and make sure it's aligning with this gas infrastructure planning. It would be an idea to sort of combine maybe what New York's doing with what we have in Colorado.
Thanks, Ms. Fickling.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just to follow up on Mr. comments about the New York rules. So their Public Service Commission not only requires all discrete projects to be given an NPA analysis in some form, but it also requires the gas utilities as part of their plans to present a no infrastructure option. So in other words, what would it take to mitigate growth on the system such that there would not be capacity needs triggered during the projection period? And that's an interesting idea that kind of analyzes the full portfolio, or at least the full capacity expansion portfolio up front, potentially minimizing administrative barriers. And then once the new infrastructure portfolio is presented, the gas utilities can then argue that parts of it would be infeasible. But I think, having that analysis up front could be an interesting idea and way to examine the system in Colorado.
Great. Any more comments on what projects should be considered for NPA and kind of how we functionally build that system? Okay. Perhaps just a question for public service. If we look to a system where there was a more streamlined, kind of more generic assumption, streamlined pro forma approach for smaller projects, just curious, any thoughts or comments on that type of situation?
Thank you for your question. This is Grace Jones, Jones, Project Manager of Non-Pipeline Alternatives. I think the important thing to note here is the evolution of the non-pipeline alternative analysis. Even just within the past year, public services NPA analysis has evolved well above and beyond anything that we've done in the past. So it shows, I think, our devotion to modifying this process and really aligning it with all of the other goals, reducing admissions, trying to really challenge our capital infrastructure. That being said, I think we do have to walk before we run. And so there's nothing here to say that because the rules are stated as such, that the NPA program won't be expanded in the future once we have the opportunity to start implementing some of these, different pilot projects through potentially clean heat or other different portfolios to understand what customer adoption is. And so I just wanted to reiterate that I think up front, the company is very passionate about expanding this as well, but also trying to rule in the fact that we need to start getting our bearings on what a successful NPA portfolio really looks like and how to execute it appropriately before it gets expanded too wide range.
Appreciate that. Any other comments in this area? Otherwise, I'm going to move on to NPA resources that should be considered. So, Ms. Jones, in its reply comments, the company defends not including new construction electrification as an NPA resource by stating that all electric new construction trends and projects are being monitored closely, and the company will essentially update its assumptions when it sees appropriate in future filings. I was wondering, what specific sources of data is the company tracking to identify this information?
I really appreciate the question. Thank you. I'm actually going to transfer this question over to, again, my colleague, Mark Schoenheiner. He can provide us a little bit more information about what exactly is being tracked by the company. So thank you, Mark.
Good afternoon. Mark Schoenheider, SCHOENHEIDER, with Public Service. I think at least the commissioners are aware of our active DSM dockets, right? We just wrapped up strategic issues and we are getting ready to file the 24 to 26 plan. Within those dockets, we have robust new construction offerings, both on the business side with our EDA as well as our EEB programs. And then on the residential side, we have our new home construction, as well as a relatively new, pretty rigorous codes and standards program. And so through each of those programs, we have line of sight into the majority of building permits that are issued within our service territory, even to the point of within the new homes program. We do in the ballpark of 10,000 homes per year through that program out of about 15,000 total residential new homes that are built in the state in our service territory in a given year. For those new homes, we build an energy model for each and every one of those. So that is a very good indication, a very good sort of data source for what the current industry standard is and what is actually being built in our service territory every year. That is, even though the commission has started a transition away from some of those programs in the strategic issues docket, we still have touch with those builders, and we still feel we need to influence that market as much as we can. And so that's a primary data source on the residential side. Same thing on the business side. I don't have the exact number of new builds on the business side that we're involved in, and realistically, it's not quite as much of a one-for-one, right? Every new home is pretty similar to the next new home, and so knowing how many of the total we do is more important than on the business side. If I said we did 100 of 150 new builds, that wouldn't be as telling, because some could be 200,000 square foot office buildings, and some could be 20,000 square foot commercial like retail. So, does that help?
Yeah, I appreciate that. A follow-up question to you, part of the stated reason we see Denver CEO, conservation advocates all advocating for inclusion of new construction as an MPA relates to arguments we've seen in this and other proceedings that electrification at the time of construction is far cheaper and easier than retrofits in the majority of circumstances. Do you have any information to dispute that assertion that new construction electrification is in fact typically cheaper and easier than retrofit?
No, to the contrary, I believe I've made that exact statement on the stand in other cases.
Okay.
Generally speaking, if you build a new building, whether it's a home or a commercial space, and you are designing it from the ground up to be all electric, there are design elements you can incorporate that will reduce the impact on the grid and generally the cost to build that building versus if you were to retrofit it. So I don't dispute that in any way, shape, or form. I think there are a couple of reasons that the company feels that that we have appropriately treated new construction in this GIP filing. And that's not to say that these will maintain in future GIP filings, but at this point in time, we were just talking about the number of new homes that are built in the state in our service territory in a given year. I believe there were 8 of them that were all electric last year. And so if you have 8 new homes out of 15,000, that demonstrates that the actual developers and builders are not building all electric homes in a significant percentage. And so to rely on those as part of a mitigation strategy for a clear and present gas capacity need, we don't think is appropriate. That does not mean we in any way, shape, or form would slow down our efforts to incentivize and encourage those, but we need to make sure that the mitigation strategies that we have within a GIP can provide results in a meaningful quantity in a meaningful time.
We lost you, Mr. Schoenheider.
The actual building being occupied is much longer than residential.
Sorry, I lost your audio for a minute, but I think we got the majority of it.
Is that better?
I think it's on your end, Commissioner Gilman. I can hear him.
Probably. My internet picks the best days. So to follow up on that, though, I mean, it seems like it's because you'll see, a small percentage of projects. Do you see a relatively higher percentage of existing homes retrofitting all electric? It seems to me most of the same arguments hold true for the retrofit. So I'm still not quite clear why, if the new construction is cheaper and easier, because you see a relatively low uptake rate, conservation advocates point to the chicken or the egg situation. I mean, it seems like the condition is the same on retrofits. So I'm not sure I see the daylight between why one would be included and not the other.
So I can give you some data to support our position, but the high level is we do see higher uptake in retrofits than we do in new construction. As parties may be aware, we launched beneficial electrification measures in April of 2021 as part of our 21-22 DSM plan. And so it's a relatively new program. And compared to the 8 all-electric new homes that were built, this year we're going to do approximately 2,000 heat pumps. So that is a much higher percentage, even when if you think about it, the way that we tend to think about it is the addressable market, so not out of the entire population, but out of those customers that need to make some sort of a change in their heating and cooling system. So if their air conditioner breaks or their furnace or other heat source breaks, those are generally the people that are the ones that are most likely to participate in a retrofit program, right? That's the addressable market. And so we have gotten in the ballpark of 2,000 of those this year compared to 8 new homes. So the yes is the answer. Is we have a much higher uptake rate in retrofit. Now, does that make pure economic sense? Probably not, but that is the reality of market adoption.
What's the denominator of that 2,000 if the rate's higher?
So super back of the envelope math. Currently, those beneficial electrification rebates are open to combo gas and electric customers. There's ballpark of 1 million of those. However, when I was talking about addressable market a minute ago, that entire million would not be the denominator. It would really be those customers that have a heating or air conditioning system failure, and for round numbers, the average life of those is 20 years. So if you take 1 million customers divided by 20-year replacement, that's about 50,000. So we had, in the ballpark of 2,000 out of 50,000, so about 4%, somewhere in that ballpark.
Thank you. That's helpful to my understanding. So I know part of the company's also assertion here is that they think builders are essentially aware of the ability to do all electric and incentives to do so already and are essentially choosing not to do so. Now, if new construction was considered an NPA, wouldn't you suggest perhaps a richer incentive than the standard incentive, like we see in other NPA efforts to avoid, because the or else is an expensive project in these circumstances?
Yes, I think that theory holds, that if we are trying to focus on a particular area, part of the way you do that is enhanced marketing, but part of it is additional rebates. And for reference, I think our one of our top tiers of the new homes rebate is in the range of $10,000 per home, which is pretty substantial. However, compared to the cost of a new home, right? A new home may be $500,000. I don't know what the average new home is going for in Colorado, but it has increased significantly in the recent years. So even doubling or tripling that $10,000 rebate to $20,000 or $30,000 per home is still a relatively small piece of the total purchase price. And I think the trick is a home builder and a home developer, they frankly, the fuel type and the efficiency of their home is not the highest priority on their list. It's kitchen countertops, and this kind of hurts us too. It's the fancy gas stove, right? It's the selling features. It's how do they move that house. The efficiency and or the fuel type for the home is not super high, and they're generally speaking, with the exception of a very small niche of builders, they are not willing to talk about or sacrifice their ability to sell a home based on a customer may or may not like an all-electric home.
And just out of curiosity, what is the program that the 8 all-electric homes, is that Energy Star Next Gen all-electric?
It's the actual name of the product is Energy Star New Homes, which is the same program that up until when we file the new filing, we will have had 10,000 combo homes in as well.
Okay.
So we have different offerings within that same product.
So the 8 homes are specific to the Energy Star program, not necessarily, I mean, there could have been all electric homes built that didn't get the Energy Star program that aren't counted in your 8, right? Presumably.
If there were any that are in our roughly 10,000 homes that we modeled, they would have showed up as all electric. So for those homes that we don't touch in Colorado, which is about a third of them every year, there absolutely could be more all electric homes. Now, I would hypothesize that outside of sort of the urban area and where there may not be natural gas service, there's likely many more all electric homes built or homes that are using propane or some other fuel. But within our service territory, I would say that we have that the sample size of 10,000 homes is very representative of the remaining homes in our service territory. And we basically have the efficient ones included in that 10. And generally speaking, all electric homes are some of the most efficient or the most environmentally conscious.
Okay. So sorry, I missed the nuance on the difference. So if a home did not get a rebate through the Energy Star New Homes program as all electric, how do you identify it as new electric, and what's your count on that for last year?
We would not have identified them if they did not come through that Energy Star New Homes program. But
Okay.
what I was, and I'm sorry if I've not said this clearly, approximately 15,000 new homes are built in our service territory in a year. Of those, approximately 10,000, 8 to 10,000 come through our Energy Star New Homes program. And of those, in recent years, it's been about 8. I think it was exactly 8 last year.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That was helpful. Okay. Let me see. Sorry. Back to my list. Thank you for indulging me on those questions. Question for conservation advocates, if you're available on some of your comments. Specific to gas demand response, so the company claims little evidence as to the results of gas demand response programs in terms of including them in an NPA analysis. You pointed, or your collective, all of you pointed to SoCal Gas, National Grid, and Con Ed for programs and results. Can you elaborate a bit on how you think those results could be specifically transferred to consideration as NPA resource in our process?
I guess I can start and my colleague can fill in. So Justin Brandt with Sweep again. I think I don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head, but all of those programs have shown success in reducing peak load, gas peak load, I believe between 5 and 10%. So again, sorry, apologize for not having the numbers right at my fingertips. So I think we were just trying to point out the potential for gas demand response as we see it as an NPA. We know that company's program has had some challenges in the pilot that they're running, and hopefully this next heating season we'll get some better data out of the company service territory with their pilot. But we think there are program offerings and program designs, and realizing that this is a pretty nascent field where there is opportunity to reduce peak gas demand using demand response to a greater extent than has been seen so far in the company's pilots, and certainly greater than the company considered within their NPA analysis, which I believe is not at all.
Yeah, Ms. Bliss.
Hi, yeah, Ms. Bliss. This, I just want to echo everything Justin said. The only thing that I would add is that gas demand response could be a standalone NPA, or it could be, within a portfolio that includes all electric new construction incentives, electrifying existing buildings, gas demand response, even derating of pipelines. I think there are we just want it to be considered adequately as an option because we think it's a cost-effective NPA option.
Thanks. And a follow-up to that for conservation advocates, I'm not sure who's the best to answer this. looking at you all don't want gas-fired equipment to be included in the NPA, kind of relative to probably some of the adjustments we made in the last DSM SI filing. But understanding that this might be a little more critical of a situation than just trying to get energy savings or environmental benefits. We're trying to avoid these large capital expenditures. And so is there a potentially moderated approach here where gas-fired equipment is essentially like a second tier? The emergency pull cord to get the NPA to work, it's not probably the most environmentally preferable or policy aligned preferable way to go. But if we just can't get there, is it better to replace 50 gas furnaces than to buy the new pipeline? You know, how could we maybe moderate that approach to show a lack of preference, but feasibility?
I see that Mr. Brandt came on camera and might want to respond first. Then
Sure, I can start. And you know, I think that's a very good question, Commissioner Gilman, and one we had sort of wrangled with within our organizations. And you know, I don't know that there's consensus. We put in our comments what is sort of our consensus position, but I think at least from SWEEP's perspective, maybe not the other conservation advocates, I generally agree with you that we would rather in the short term incentivize use some water heaters and furnaces as part of a non-pipeline alternative if we can avoid a large infrastructure investment. But at the same time, I think we have a lot of concerns that, you know, those customers who are receiving those incentives are then tied to the gas system likely for another, you know, 20 years, 10 to 20 years with the life of a furnace. And that we need to be very cognizant about, you know, using the funds of the utilities, and we could be reducing rates by avoiding these capital incentives, but we were also making it more challenging for those customers to consider their transition and be part of the energy transition. So especially as MPAs are in, you know, disproportionately impacted communities or other areas, you know, I think we just really need to be cognizant of that if we are to go in the direction you indicated.
And I'm happy to take additional comments on this. I kind of directed these questions to conservation advocates because I think the original concern was in their comments. But if someone else has interest in input on this issue, be happy to hear from you if you'd like to turn your camera on. A similar question for you all as well. I just wanted to get any input. I don't think we saw any supply side resources included in the NPAs. To the extent that they hypothetically could be, maybe like CNG, LNG, something as I guess what I would consider a short-term band-aid. If it looks like the timeline for NPAs can't work, but if we could buy ourselves a year or two, we get there to avoid the project. Just wanted to get a sense as to your opinions on inclusion of something like that, and kind of under what circumstances, or should there be certain parameters as we continue to refine the NPA process around the use of supply side resources as essentially a temporary avoidance method.
Yeah, again, I guess speaking more on behalf of SWEEP maybe than the other conservation advocates, you know, in the West Metro proceeding, we were took this approach that it seemed like compressed natural gas was a good short-term option while we let some of the other NPAs options, sort of demand side resources, electrification that do take time to implement. So I guess totally agree with your premise here in general that we want to keep all options on the table. You know, the goal is to reduce long-term expenditures on the gas system. And, you know, I guess I'm inclined not to try to take any tools off the table, including compressed natural gas or other delivered fuel options, especially given that, you know, a lot of the demand side resources do take time to implement, and is a resource that builds on itself. And that, again, yes, like you said, it can maybe be biased a couple of years to go hard on electrification or energy efficiency or something else.
Thanks. Mr. Hay?
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Again, Keith Hay with the Colorado Energy Office. I would echo Mr. Brand's comments that, there is a lot of value in keeping all of the options on the table in order to achieve, near-term emissions reductions as we think about what that set of long-term trajectories looks like, and what we might need to do to achieve the long-term emissions goals that we have. All while, of course, we're keeping in mind sort of that long-term capital commitment that we may be making under each of those scenarios. So just wanted to echo that comment. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll go to Ms. Velez, and Ms. Jones. I would be interested in hearing from the company just on your perspective of this and how you would model it, and if this is something you're considering when Ms. Velez is through. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a really interesting question. I agree with what's been said in general. It's better to avoid a big pipeline investment, even if that does mean installing some gas appliances. But I also think it's important to consider there are some hard to quantify benefits of some of the demand side resources that we proposed. For example, weatherization, so non-appliance gas efficiency could be more expensive than installing a gas appliance. Maybe it appears less cost effective from the utility perspective, but there's a hard to quantify benefit of, getting the customer off the gas system, reducing their bills, both in the near term and in the future as gas throughput's expected to go down and rates are expected to get up. And that's especially important to consider for low-income households. Another hard to quantify benefit is something that I don't know if we've raised in our initial comments, but something that's important to think about is the benefit of cooling for households, especially low-income households who don't currently have cooling. When you electrify, they get a heat pump that provides their heating, but they might also get access to cooling that they wouldn't have otherwise had. That's something that's hard to quantify, but it's really important, especially during wildfire season when folks might otherwise open their windows to cool their homes and end up breathing in toxic fumes as a result. So I think I just wanted to highlight those, that sometimes, there are benefits of the efficiency and electrification that we're advocating for that are hard to capture in the traditional cost benefit analyses that go into determining whether to pursue an NPA.
Thanks. So yeah, Ms. Jones, any comments from you on the discussion of gas-fired appliances, and if there could or couldn't be sort of a second tier, a slightly less preferable environmentally tier that is pulled if necessary to get the reductions, and then secondly on the temporary supply side solutions, if that's something the company is considering and how you're modeling it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it kind of comes back to the overarching goal of the NPA, so I'm just going to level set a little bit there. So when we think about our mission, right, that of course is to provide reliable gas service to our customers. Our customers rely on gas to heat their homes, which in my opinion is a very critical function. And when you consider a proposed gas infrastructure project, right, you have this thing that that once you install it, it's going to be 100% reliable, in theory, 100% reliable, that this solution will work, it will deliver gas to our end customers. We tried to make sure that we were carrying that same spirit over to the NPA analysis, which kind of was the guiding factor when we considered what NPA measures and technologies should be included in the NPA portfolio at this point. And so we were talking a little bit earlier about demand response. And I wanted to just clarify or level set that the company at this point did not include demand response in their portfolio, because to date, we haven't seen firsthand the measurable impact or reduction to the peak hour gas demand. Again, that doesn't inhibit us from wanting to continue to pursue it or potentially even including it in NPA portfolios moving forward. But in order for the NPA portfolio to be successful, we truly relied on NPA measures and technologies with proven reduction in peak hour gas demand. So it could have that same sort of equivalent confidence level that a proposed gas infrastructure project would. Hopefully that makes sense. So then moving on to energy efficiency of gas appliances, I think we echo a lot of the comments that we heard from our stakeholders, which is that we believe that efficient gas appliances should be included as part of the NPA portfolio. Not only are they relatively simple to install, a like-for-like type appliance, they do have proven reduction in the peak hour gas demand, and our customers are familiar with gas service already. So we want to make sure that we were offering a diverse enough portfolio that any single customer could come to us and it would fit their needs. Not all of our customers are energy nerds like we are, and they're super interested in the heat pump. So for those customers who would like to continue with gas service, at least they have that optionality available to us. So again, just to reiterate, I really do think that the inclusion of efficient gas appliances is pretty important in the NPA portfolio. So then moving over to the topic of supply side solutions.
Although before we go away from the appliances, what I had asked is, should there be a second tier where it is slightly less preferable? I mean, I understand the pros and cons, but like, since there is not environmentally preferable or necessarily aligned with the other, say like DSM and clean heat objectives, well, some clean heat, but should it be a second tier?
That's a really interesting question, and one that I would probably want to ponder a little bit more before I gave just a definitive response right now. I understand the intention behind that, obviously to promote something that with more environmental benefits would be beneficial. But I do, again, really see the pros of including those energy efficiency gas appliances in it. So I'd want to think about it a little bit more and what the execution of a second tier would really even look like.
Mr. Schoenheider?
Hey, just let me check with the court reporter. Are you good to keep going, or do you need a little bit of a break?
I would appreciate a break at some point. It doesn't have to be right now, whenever it's convenient, Judge or Chairman.
Commissioner Gilman, how would you like to proceed? Should we take a break now, or would you prefer to keep going?
Let's just get the responses on this same question, if we can, on the gas-fired appliances and supply side, and then we can break it if that works.
Okay.
So Commissioner Gilman, Mark Schoenheider, SCHOENHEIDER. The thing I would offer is another way to think about it, maybe instead of a second tier, something that we have used effectively in DSM over the last 10 years is really just differentiated offerings to customers. Specifically, those measures that have more value pay a higher rebate for. And so, in the case of insulation versus a condensing furnace, you could potentially pay, twice as much per decatherm per hour saved for insulation than you could for furnaces, right? And that is a way that you can differentiate offering, but still let customers sort of choose and opt into the ones that they are most comfortable with. And we were talking about price elasticity earlier. If you make it a better deal for insulation, they're likely going to do more insulation than they would have with an equal rebate. So just a food for thought of, instead of maybe tiering it, use the rebate sort of as a differentiator.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then I don't know if Ms. Jones, you were going to address the supply side.
Yeah, happy to do so. So in regards to supply side resources, you'll see in the initial comments filed by the company that we did include the mitigation optionality of using a supply side option as we are pursuing these NPA portfolios. So of course, again, going back to the reliability, these NPA portfolios, depend on customer participation. And so it's challenging to make sure that we are accurately forecasting when and if these customers are going to go ahead and switch out their appliances or make changes within their premises themselves. So in each NPA portfolio, we evaluated what type of mitigation option would be available. Again, just like you were saying, to bridge the gap. So if we get into a situation, that doesn't mean we have to stop the NPA portfolio. We have this sort of in our back pocket available to the company to ensure that we're still providing that reliable service, but can still proceed with the NPA portfolio. And to be clear, they aren't necessarily included as an NPA measure or technology, but instead a mitigation option to supplement the supply while we're waiting for the uptake of an NPA portfolio.
And just clarify for me, because it's been a bit since I've been deeply in your spreadsheets. The cost of this optionality for, you know, CNG, LNG, whatever it is that included in the cost benefit analysis as a cost to an NPA portfolio?
Good question. So for the 5 projects presented in the GIF, it was not. And the reason why is because we predict that with the forecasted rates that we are expecting right now in the NPA portfolio, we wouldn't need to deploy LNG or CNG. That being said, I foresee a future that we look at a new project, some made up project, let's just talk about that, in which we identify that the NPA portfolio might have a slower adoption at first. And so we might need a bridge gap in order to go ahead and execute the NPA portfolio. At that time, it would be included in the cost benefit analysis as a cost to the NPA portfolio, because it would be a certain need that we would need to go ahead and move forward with that mitigation option.
Okay, so not in the current analyses, but sort of at the company's discretion based on timing of the perceived project need and timing of the perceived uptake, you all would inject this into the cost benefit analysis if you thought it was more likely than not.
Correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Now we can take a break, Chairman. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Graham maybe had something on this.
Muted. I guess just very quickly, I was reminded that in our reply comments, we did say, as it relates to gas equipment, that essentially one option would be that the company would be required to show that the NPA was not possible without the inclusion of gas equipment, so that we would look essentially at electrification or building shell or other non-equipment related measures first, but allow the use of gas equipment if that's the only way sort of to get the NPA over the finish line. So I guess just wanted to make that point quickly. Thank you.
Thanks. And Ms. Elam.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Carolyn Elam with the City of Boulder. I spell my last name E-L-A-M. And I just wanted to offer a couple comments on this topic. I think to Mr. Brandt's points, we would certainly look to see electrification or other solutions maximized before inclusion of a gas appliance. I think the other thing we've spoken to the company about is the idea of, if we're including a gas appliance, to couple it with a heat pump to maximize emissions reduction during the bulk of the heating season, where even a non-cold climate heat pump can still deliver a significant proportion of the cooling or the heating loads. So I think that we would look to see if we can at least pair it with technology that then mitigates the emissions impact. And I think the other one, I was listening to the conversation with Mr. Schoenheider around new construction and just wanted to offer, I realize we're not a large sample size in Boulder. We don't have large spec builders building here. We have had pretty aggressive building codes, and about half of the new homes that have been constructed in the last 5 years have been all electric in the city of Boulder. And the ones that were not constructed have largely relied on heat pumps for space and water heating. And so I think to that point about whether new builders are interested in going all electric, I think it's all about the stove. And so I would just encourage the company to really think about what is really the thing that's selling the home, and maybe thinking about a compromise between the all electric and just the traditional high efficiency gas appliance approach.
Thanks, Ms. Elam. Do you have any idea of like approximate number of new houses built in Boulder a year?
Yeah, so it's a small number. We've had between roughly about 50 single families that are in the time frame since we put the code in, a lot more duplexes. And I don't have an exact number on that, but that would be the larger percentage of homes that fall in that category. It's, again, we're nowhere close to large spec builder communities, so certainly don't want to represent it. We certainly don't have problems with those homes being marketable for other reasons either. So just acknowledging that, but they certainly work. And people have been happy with them, and we haven't had those issues. So they will not be going through the company's Energy Star New Homes program because they're complying with our building codes as opposed to going above code minimum thresholds. I think they're, so they wouldn't be represented in the count of 8 that Mr. Schoenheider commented on.
Thanks. Okay, as promised, maybe we can have a break now.
Let's come back at 2:40. Thanks all. Commissioner Goman.
All right, back at it. I wanted to talk for a minute about competitive solicitations for NPAs. So I know for sure, you know, United and Denver both commented on this. So it'd be great to hear from both of you, in addition to maybe others who might have comments on this. So several parties pointed to significant potential benefits, especially in helping to potentially straighten up some of the assumptions and inputs if a third party were motivated to provide kind of competitive pressures and solutions for NPAs. Denver had indicated you all were opposed to competitive solicitations, really due, I think, in large part to the outcomes in the NWA solicitation on the electric side. So I wanted to better understand really how relevant these two distinct kind of processes are from each other. If we should totally glean from the NWA, what would happen in an NPA? And then even if it's not appropriate now, is this something we should aspire or plan to, and for kind of what specific size or type of projects in the future? So Ms. Valentine.
Thank you. Again, this is Claire Valentine from the City and County of Denver. And I think just to maybe clarify our position on this issue is we don't necessarily like entirely oppose the concept of including some component of a competitive solicitation. I think our intention was just to convey that the company's early experience with non-wires alternatives has demonstrated that you know, putting things out to a competitive bid can result in the outcome that there are no bids, unfortunately. And we see an extreme amount of value for non-pipeline alternatives, especially in reducing greenhouse gas reductions and contributing to clean heat targets. And so I think we just are interested in avoiding that potential outcome where there may be no bids in the event that you know, competitive bidders may not be interested in a project or may not you know, just for whatever reason, participate in that solicitation. And so I think there is some value in taking that lesson learned to consider whether there are other pathways that could ensure that those non-pipeline alternative projects move forward with some project, as opposed to you know, going on this pursuit of the least cost solution at the potential consequence of not finding a solution at all. So I'll stop there.
And if you have any idea on how to hybrid the two so that we get the best of any option available, I'm very interested. Ms. Steinberg.
Yeah, thank you. Sarah Steinberg here with Advanced Energy United. Very much recognize and agree with that problem that the city of Denver raised. I would say we are seeing some success with non-pipeline alternative solicitations in other jurisdictions. Recently was reading up about NYSEG in Lansing, New York, put out an RFP to bid on non-pipeline alternatives. They received 16 proposals and were able to pick a combo of 6 resources that were proposed by the market. So we think it's an important step in the process. It doesn't necessarily need to preclude the company pursuing its own its own NPA projects. And a potential hybrid might actually be to sort of like in some electric resource competitive solicitations, let companies bid in, have the utility also propose some of its own projects, and then have them be evaluated on an equal footing so that there are those options. I have been less involved in the non-wires alternatives in Colorado, so can't speak to that, but we recognize that this is a challenging program to set up, these NPA programs and NPA solicitations, so wouldn't expect to get it right and have a robust market at the beginning, but certainly opening up the competitive solicitation, making them regular and predictable, helps companies step up and understand where the opportunities are. I do also just really quickly want to address another really good point that the city of Denver made in its written comments and its reply comments about the equity component of NPAs. And I would hope that in the evaluation criteria, we could consider community input, community participation in conversations, and their preference for solutions as sort of that hybrid. So we're still letting the market bring forth its most cost-effective and innovative ideas and solutions and different technologies that can be paired in unique ways to solve some grid problems, but making sure that we're being responsive and having folks directly engaged with the communities they're proposing to serve, and preference those projects in disadvantaged communities that do that the best, whether they're from the utility or from a third-party provider. So thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Steinberg. And I know United was an early and regular supporter of the idea of competitive solicitations. So help me refine, would that be, especially if the network of projects evaluated for MPAs expands, what projects are the most appropriate? Clearly, there's a much more significant time investment in getting bids, evaluating them, running the process. You know, we're burning close to a year of the lead up, right? And so for what projects is it most appropriate?
Yeah, I was thinking about this earlier. Certainly the projects where we have visibility for a few years as we think about the NPA that we want to discuss, we know we want to discuss more seriously in the next GIP. That's probably a very appropriate project to put out for a bid. Although I was wondering, as we were talking about the smaller projects and the use of those sort of generic resource costs, if there is a version of a competitive solicitation that can go out to solicit input from the market to inform some of those quick, a little bit more standardized small MPA project assessments. So would want to reflect on that a little bit more. And I'm not sure that's exactly what we've seen so far with NPAs in other states, but it's an interesting idea to consider. And besides that, yeah, the big projects with long lead times that we have visibility in, ideally a few years out, which I think is a large part of the intent of the GIP, is to get that visibility early on, are certainly good candidates for this type of competitive solicitation.
Thanks. Mr. Brandt?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I guess I was at a conference this weekend and in a panel on non-wires alternatives specifically, and was asked this very question of somebody, how they've dealt with third-party procurement and the challenges we had in Colorado. And I guess their answer was sort of nationally, some of the best examples of at least non-wires alternatives, which I assume would likely apply to non-pipeline alternative, often build on the utility's existing portfolio of programs rather than looking straight at third-party procurement. So I guess I think we've supported third-party procurement in the past, but given the challenges from the non-wires alternatives, as well as, I think trying to at least build on what the company's already offering as a first step seems important to me. I think, one way that we could potentially split this is thinking about, the company's offering maybe more for the mass market, so residential or small commercial customers, whereas, if there's industrial or larger commercial customers in the area of a non-pipeline alternative, those are likely to be more custom projects or more sophisticated customers that could potentially bid in to a procurement process, but that it's more challenging, especially given the overlap with programs we already have in the residential class. So I guess that could be one area if we wanted a hybrid approach. I think also some of the learnings from the non-wires alternatives process is, the company wasn't looking they were looking for one bidder to do everything in that process rather than trying to build a portfolio out of discrete projects. So I think if we were to maintain some of the third-party procurement, that we would want to make sure that bidders could bid in specific projects, and then we are trying to take those together and build a portfolio of solutions.
Thanks. Ms. Fallon.
Yeah, I had one other thing to add on, and I would maybe just preface that with saying, I agree with what Mr. Brandt has stated regarding the potential to build a portfolio of solutions. And I think in doing that, one other thing that strikes me about kind of the equity piece is the potential for, in seeking non-pipeline alternative solutions for, as we were discussing earlier, some of those solutions to be more stopgap measures like, LNG or CNG that are implemented in a certain location. And I think that to the extent that that's competitively solicited might present issues, particularly in, disproportionately impacted communities that may be experiencing, unfortunate air quality impacts in their communities. And so I think, in thinking about how these solutions might be pieced together and how competitive bidding plays a role, I think it's also important to consider whether that approach should allow for resources that are associated with some of those emissions and air quality impacts, and thinking about how that would impact those localized communities. And so, and ensuring that there is community input when, if there is consideration of those types of solutions. So I haven't entirely, again, thought out that full process or what it looks like, but I think just ensuring that there is that community input, particularly in, disproportionately impacted communities when there is consideration of CNG or LNG, given that, kind of what is unfolded with non-wires alternatives is that, the company did try to get out and engage with customers on non-wires alternatives, as did the city of Denver. And it's hard to have those conversations not knowing what the solutions or the measures in a competitive bid might be. And so I think if you were to have those conversations about non-pipeline alternatives, not knowing the technology solution, and then go back to the community and kind of, present them with a more gas-oriented solution that they perhaps did not want to have in their community, could present some issues. So thought I might just flag that as a concern in designing this.
Thanks. I was going to move on from competitive solicitations. Mr. Pollack, I saw you for a second. I don't know if you had something to add on competitive solicitations before I move on to cost benefit analysis. I don't have audio for you. No. Okay.
How about third time? Can you hear me okay? Thanks, Commissioner Gilman. Nothing further to add. I really appreciate the City of Denver's comments on the NWA process. Just add that it was challenging to get that feedback from community, so we're certainly interested in improving that, but nothing further on the process at the moment. So, thank you.
Maybe just a quick question. I don't know if it's for you or Ms. Jones, but within like the MPA portfolios, you all have put forward, a variety of different techniques included in those. Is your assumption that the company would be hiring, doing third-party solicitations kind of internally to execute on what you had planned, whether it's getting out in the community promoting these enhanced rebates, localized for electrification or for GSM in those areas? Is that something you already think you're going to kind of internally issue some competitive solicitation for in order to execute?
Yeah, happy to respond to that at a high level. I think generally there's an added labor component, whether we do that internally or externally. That's one of the learnings we had through the NWA process. It does take significant time and resources to stand up those processes and implement them. So I don't think we've decided yet internally as far as implementing the MPAs we've brought forward, what that might look like. But I will add that, I'd expect that to show up potentially in a rate case or another proceeding as potential additional labor to support those processes, regardless of whether they're internal or external.
Okay. Yeah, just trying to figure out if, I think originally I looked at this as a binary choice, but perhaps you all present it, but it is done by contractors anyway through a competitively bid solicitation. And that might also provide an opportunity to see what additional technologies a contractor like that is willing to bring to bear on some of the areas where there is less knowledge or technical experience.
Yeah, appreciate that. The one other comment I would add here too, and this is also a learning from our NWA process, I think throughout the rulemaking proceeding for the distribution system plan, public services proceeding in and of itself, we really never felt like we had a strong voice of the folks that might be developing these projects. So I think there is a lot of value in bringing those folks into the conversation, regardless of whether that's a formal process or an informal one. That type of feedback is invaluable in understanding what the market's capable of today. So to the extent we can mutually find a way to do that, I think that would provide a ton of value in this process.
Okay. Okay, cool, thanks. Appreciate that. I was going to move on to cost benefit analysis, a few questions associated with that. I will start with public service, so questions on cost benefit analysis for the MPAs, whoever that brings you to. So you all are probably aware you had to respond to a lot of confusion, many questions and comments about the cost benefit analysis, in part because instead of one cost benefit analysis comparing two things, the company kind of did these two separate analyses. So certain costs or benefits only showed up in one versus the other, which I think caused a lot of questions and comments. I was reading your final comments, so I just want to clarify, are you all okay with moving to just one that is more of a comparison between traditional investment versus NPA in the future, or are you all promoting continuing with the way that you did it in this example?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I don't know that I completely agree that they're mutually exclusive. I think the way that the cost benefit analysis tool is set up right now is intended to compare the proposed gas infrastructure project to the NPA portfolio. That being said, I think there was some confusion in the calculation itself and the way that there was some perceived asymmetry, which was discussed a little bit in the reply comments. But if we wanted to dive into, some of the confusion related to that, I'd be happy to do so.
Okay, so I guess to me, like, some of the comments made some sense in saying this is a direct comparison between this versus that. You're not going to do nothing. So the comparison of each to nothing is like probably not accurate. I mean, like mathematically, maybe you get to the same place, but it seemed to cause more confusion than just saying, here are the costs and benefits of this thing versus the costs and benefits of this thing, which are directly head to head. So I don't know, maybe I'm confused about the difference there, but I thought those comments were fairly logical and that like this is a direct comparison and that might be just cleaner.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. So let me take this opportunity, I guess, to talk a little bit about the methodology of the cost benefit analysis tool, so we could talk a little bit about why we chose the methodology that we did. And so first and foremost, I will openly state as a misstep, we included the benefit cost ratio in the NPA portfolio write-ups in the initial comments. As stated in the reply comments, those were not used as the decision-making factor, and so in subsequent filings, they will be removed. Instead of that type of approach to the cost-benefit analysis, we looked at the comparison of the net present value of both the proposed gas infrastructure project and the NPA portfolio. The option with the most NPV benefits or the least NPV costs was selected or as the preferred option to pursue. And so when we developed that calculation for the NPV, we compared the two options directly against one another. The reason for that is because in this instance, there is not a do nothing option. The company at this point really does need to select which option do we move forward from. So I outlined kind of an example of this in the reply comments, but I'd like to talk through it just to make sure it makes sense. When you consider the topic of gas commodity costs, right? You see that there is a cost associated with an increase in gas commodity costs in the NPV calculation of the proposed gas infrastructure project. There isn't going to be a benefit on the same side in the I'm sorry, I'm confusing myself even, aren't I? Let me take a step back and I apologize. Gas commodity costs, right? Those will be present in both scenarios. In the instance that we pursue the proposed gas infrastructure project, it will be larger than if we pursued the NPA portfolio, it would be a smaller amount of gas commodity. So in the net present value calculation, there are two options. You can either attribute the cost to both of those. Of course, there's going to be that little inherent benefit, or you could just compare one to the other and recognize that there is a benefit of avoided gas commodity moving forward with the NPA portfolio, which is what the company selected to do. We use the same methodology when comparing all the other costs and benefits. So instead of figuring out what is the exact amount associated with both options, we took the net delta between them and applied it as either a cost or a benefit as appropriate. I might have just made things more confusing. Did that make sense to you, Commissioner Gilman?
A bit, but I'm glad you're confused too. I mean, there's just a lot of numbers. And so I think to the extent, I mean, it certainly appears to me like you're trying to be transparent about where the costs are, where they're moving. And so let me get to the company, you know, I think in the reply comments was fairly warm to the idea of potentially a CBA handbook where we could see, you know, much more kind of upfront, transparently, here are the assumptions we're going to be using, here are some generic assumptions, here, you know, here's how we're going to do this. And so what sort of process do you foresee creates that document? Is that entirely internal? How do stakeholders kind of participate in that, especially if those are all of the main assumptions that are couched in, you know, whatever is evaluated? You know, I think a lot of the gripes and concerns and like just pretty substantial confusion might be handled by that process. I just want to understand what you all envision is that process to get to that final product.
Yeah, I think that's a really acute observation and one that we agree with. Obviously, it was a big challenge, you know, to stand up this initial gift for the company just in the amount of time that we had. But we are amendable to developing a CBA handbook similar to that, which is presented on the non-wires alternative analysis. The way that I foresee that being constructed is, of course, the first attempt by the company. We did partner with a third-party consultant in the development of our CBA tool. So the company plans to prepare a handbook that will be presented within the next litigated CIP filing.
Do you think it's preparation? Here's what I'm thinking through. If the handbook is all of the assumptions, that's a big gamble to get into the next GIP. And then people have problems with all of your assumptions and every NPI is in question. Is there any way that this process occurs before then, so we go into the first litigated GIP with more agreement, more certainty about the base assumptions upon which all the NPAs are based? Like, it's a lot to redo if we get to it and go, people have real concerns here. So like, do you foresee any sort of process that could be done before to avoid that big problem?
Yeah, I mean, without overcommitting, I think the company, our overarching sentiment here is that we really do want to collaborate with our stakeholders to make sure we're putting the best foot forward. So I wouldn't have any objections to hosting, you know, some sort of stakeholder workshop to go through the CBA tool in addition to the handbook prior to that litigated GIP, so that we could have a little bit more consensus or opportunity for additional feedback. And that is, you know, something that we are already pursuing to some degree in regards to the Mountain Energy project, because we are performing an NPA analysis for that effort and have already started some conversations with our stakeholders about the NPA analysis and the cost benefit analysis tool. We can always continue to build upon that and have some additional sessions as the tool kind of develops prior to the next litigated GIP.
Thank you. Yeah, I foresee a scenario that we get there and people argue about all of the inputs, and it puts us in a difficult spot to start the proceeding. Sure. Okay, with regard to in the cost benefit analysis, I know it's a controversial inclusion of electric infrastructure upgrades in the cost benefit analysis. So you pointed to essentially kind of zeroing out what you see as otherwise necessary electric improvements by looking at the company's 5-year capital plan on the electric side and say, well, if a project was in there, we're not going to say it was because of the NPA, but if it's not, then it is because of the NPA. And just curious, how does that relate at all to like the DSP process? And, you know, how can we get more transparency into where projects are moving and how we see them and what's causing them? And it strikes me a lot of these things may crop up in the DSP process. So how do we make the right transfer of information so that we all understand and see the same data?
Again, a good question, and I'm actually going to tag in my colleague over here, Zach Pollock, to talk a little bit more about the integration with DSP. So thank you, Commissioner Gilman.
Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Gilman. Can you hear me okay this time?
Yeah, gotcha.
Perfect. Zach Pollock, Director of Grid Strategy for Xcel Energy. I think this highlights Commissioner Plant's earlier comment as well, so I appreciate the question. I see this kind of as a stopgap measure. We're obviously working at ways to bring in all the different DER types, whether that be heat pumps, electric vehicles, et cetera, into a longer term, more systematic planning process through the DSP. So much like we did with the TEP, it's obviously a live case right now, but you probably saw some infrastructure investments that bridges the gap between that and the next DSP. I think there's opportunity for refinement of that assumption around the attribution of the electric infrastructure costs, potentially through the next DSP or something before that. But we're very much working towards providing that integrated forecast through our distribution system plan that factors in and better aligns to existing and future proceedings. So short way of answering that is I think we see opportunity for improvement of this assumption. It's a starting point, so there's probably ways we can improve it in the future, but I think it's a fair starting point for our process.
Okay, thanks. I don't know who will field this one. It's about the cost assumption of the capital expense for the gas infrastructure project in the CBA. At our prior technical conference with the company, I inquired as to whether negative net salvage values assigned to projects or investment types were included in the presumed project cost in the cost benefit analysis. And I believe the answer to that question was no. So to my understanding, after a company invests in a project, say, in $1 million new pipeline, essentially from day one, the company starts depreciating that project, but includes in the depreciation the net salvage value that is presumed to be the value of removing the project or removing that material, basically, when it's no longer useful or when it's retired. And so I recall from the last rate case, this was as high as 70% of the actual value of the project. So to my understanding, from essentially day one, you begin depreciating 170%, of like the total project cost, obviously proportionally, not all in 1 year, but that's the total bucket. And so it seems to me that the actual cost experienced by customers is significantly higher than just the initial expressed capital dollars to be invested in the project. And it might be appropriate to include that value in the cost benefit analysis to represent the full value that ratepayers will be paying for the project. So just wanted to get any input on that. Am I wrong that ratepayers will see the 170% of the cost in that example over time? And do we really have the right value in the cost benefit analysis if we only include essentially the upfront capital expense of the project?
Appreciate the question. I don't think we're prepared to respond to consideration of that in the CBA, but I'll defer to Mr. Berman here just on the recognition and reflection of the depreciation aspect.
I would say generally, Mr. Gilman, you have the concept.
You're real.
Mr. Berman, can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. You have that concept generally correct. I think 70% is an extreme example. I think I don't have the data to prove that to you today, but I think the vast majority of our projects do not require that level of removal costs. But the way that it's collected and expensed to customers, you have that concept correct.
So if I told you my recollection from the gas rate case was that the 70% was essentially a distribution system average. I don't know, Chairman, if you have the same recollection. And it wasn't 70, it was like 73 or I don't know. It was around 70. But that was essentially being applied, to my understanding, against nearly all distribution system projects. So systematically, ratepayers are paying about 170% in total of the cost of a project by the time it's all said and done. Plus, of course, gross up for WAC.
Yeah, I mean, we could pull the data. I wouldn't disagree with including what ratepayers are going to pay for the cost of the project. So if that is the true cost, I think that that's something we should be thinking about in our CBA.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd appreciate some more look at that, some more focus. I think one could argue even 10% is a big number, 70% is a very big number. So it very much changes the economics of how something else compares to something that's 70% more expensive than it otherwise would be considered to be. Well, thank you for that. Let me see. Okay, I want to get to how cost benefit analysis might be looked at specifically in projects that are either in DI communities or serve DI communities, kind of from an equity perspective. So maybe decide yourself who's best for that. And my question is, given the commission's objective to maximize benefits to DI communities, is there a way to use some sort of cost benefit approach? Understandably, there are different kind of levels of granularity and focus of the area of study of benefits and costs. For those projects that are in or serving DI communities to better assess not just the costs and benefits from a broader perspective or a system perspective, but more specifically focus down on benefits to that community, especially for NPAs, so that we can better understand and focus at that community level and understand if a particular NPA was providing significant benefits to a community, particularly that we might not see in some sort of a broader assessment. So is there a way to do this on a more granular level so that we can get a clearer idea of benefits flowing to DI communities to understand if that moves the needle on certain NPAs in those communities or not?
Yep, thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Great question. As you all know, it's subjective, right? So I think there's a couple of ways potentially to look at it, and I'll invoke some of the process we use in our non-wires alternative process. I think first and foremost, and again, to echo Denver's comments, having community feedback on these potential projects is important. We can model the benefits we want all day long, but at the end of the day, if the communities that are being served by these projects don't feel like there's benefit, I'm not really sure we've done our job effectively. On the more quantitative side, from the CBA perspective, historically we've used non-energy benefits that first started in the demand side management practice. I think we've discounted those over time as carbon and methane have been
Excuse me,
ascribed.
Mr. Pollack, could you go back over that last part again, please?
Sure, yeah, I was just suggesting that getting input from the communities that would be potentially impacted by these prospective projects is a key piece of this. So making sure that the communities that would be served by these non-pipeline alternatives feel like there's a positive benefit to the community and that they're supportive of it. That's a little bit of a different answer than Commissioner Gilman specifically inquiring about on the cost benefit tool. So on the second part of that question, or second part of my response here, I was suggesting that historically we use non-energy benefits through demand side management. Those have gradually been reduced over time to reflect specific ascribed values related to the social carbon of methane, social cost of carbon as well. So I think that's one potential consideration. We did adopt a very similar process in the non-wires alternative cost benefit methodology. I think the real challenge, though, is that these are subjective benefits. So short of things like social cost of carbon, social cost of methane, it is challenging without specific feedback from those communities to put specific values on it. And even with that type of feedback, I think at best, many of those are subjective. They're still important, but just really hard to quantify.
Yeah, thanks. And I had another, we got to my follow-up question in terms of, should we look at some sort of preference adder to a better weight benefit in DI communities, whether it's like the non-monetary benefits, or also to kind of amplify benefits going to DI communities to show the preference that is a good thing, something we want to weight more than, say, the alternative, so that we can drive more benefits to DI communities. So, I mean, to me, I think those are two things I'd really love to see the company as well as stakeholders give some more thought to, is kind of how in these evaluation processes can we first of all value the other benefits, especially to DI communities, in the CBA, but also how could we look at maybe a more granular approach when we're dealing with a DI community to say what are the actual benefits belong to that community versus say the system as a whole, so we can better kind of objectively understand the equity impacts of a project to a specific community.
Appreciate that. And yeah, I think we're open to that. Again, just really want to reemphasize that I think having the voice of those community members in these potential projects is incredibly important. So would really look to a way that we can do that collectively as folks, collaborators, interveners here, as well as the more quantitative side of it in the CBA tool itself.
Thanks. I want to see, before I move on from those couple of considerations for DI communities, if our other stakeholders or parties had any specific thoughts they wanted to share on some of those concepts or other concepts to ensure we can best kind of quantify, reflect, and prioritize those benefits in DI communities. Be happy to hear. Okay, if not, I'll move on to a couple other questions, primarily on reporting. So looking at, we have a few buckets I want to explore for reporting. Probably the first is projects that are likely to come but are not yet reflected in the GIP. So I think there were some suggestions that the commission should look for reporting on projects that the company anticipates will be initiated between 23 and 28, but that don't have just defined scopes of work or associated cost estimates. So I think a major example of that was the Mountain Gas project. So just curious if folks had any more specific comments about what type of reporting and what cadence you're suggesting for projects that first question have not yet shown up in the GIP or have shown up in a more less specific way. Nothing. Ms. Elam.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not quite sure if this is the place to put it again. I'm Carolyn Elam with the City of Boulder. I think one of the things we had expressed some concern about is we do believe that growth projects are easier to predict than I think represented by the company. As a municipality, when there's development coming in, that's a almost decade-long development process. And so I do think that there's opportunity to identify projects much earlier and to start to report on them for opportunity around things like identifying non-pipeline alternatives and building some of those partnerships. So I don't know if that's the question you're getting at, but I did want to just note that it would be nice to have visibility into those much earlier in the pipeline, so to speak. Sorry, the pun, but to really think about how we as communities could lean into those and really influence the outcomes in a more effective way. And similarly, we had flagged the concern around a lot of the alternatives focusing in where, for example, if we're pursuing electrification, public service would be the receiving electric company. We see a lot of opportunity to lean in where there's other receiving electric companies. For example, we know Fort Collins is by far the largest gas only community in terms of revenues. They have very aggressive strategies and opportunities. And so I think if they were aware of capacity projects starting to come up, they could lean in and really assist in benefit to all ratepayers. So just wanted to flag that as well.
Thank you. Ms. Millett.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not sure if I fully understood the question, but in terms of, I think more reporting and going off of what Ms. Elam said, I think something that's going to be addressed tomorrow, the sort of question of system mapping, is really important to getting more insight into the gas company's pipeline system, where the opportunities are, and especially also layering that map, the sort of system map, and like where there is feasibility to retire pipelines in the near term, overlaying that with a map of where the disproportionately impacted communities are, which I think was a recommendation in the Synapse report that was filed. I haven't gotten the chance to read through the full report, but I saw that as one of the top line recommendations. I think that's something that's important to starting to communicate for both for stakeholders to get an understanding of where the opportunities are, and which pipelines are the best candidates for NPA analysis, and also yeah, just for getting a better understanding of the system, and also being able to start communicating early on to impacted communities and sharing the benefits, explaining the opportunity to them, and helping garner public buy-in for these projects.
Just to be clear, I'm hoping we finish today, so not tomorrow.
Ms. Brandt.
Yeah, I guess I don't have a lot to add. I mean, I think in our comments, we're just trying to make sure that the GIP is providing as much value as possible. And to do that, we want to cast a wide net for non-pipeline alternatives to make sure that we are really considering these as a resource for all of the projects where they're a possibility. So I think the Mountain Energy project is a good example where the company knows that it is happening, and it is more than $3 million, definitely, if it does move forward. I appreciate all the stakeholder work that they've been doing in the specific analysis that they're undergoing, but I guess I'm still a little baffled about why it wasn't included within the GIP filing as a specifically named project. And I'm sure there are others similar to that were also left out. So I think appreciate that having a defined scope of work, and there's lots of questions, especially as we're looking out 7 or 8 years in these processes. But I think trying to err on providing more information rather than less would be helpful for the commission and stakeholders, just to have more transparency into these processes and to provide input in that. Thinking about what is, what stage gate or where in the process that we need to be with what certainty that a project will fall under the sort of whatever criteria umbrella that we have is important. And I think hopefully that can evolve as we move forward, because I think the way it was done now is just not totally clear to me as a stakeholder, especially as it relates to certain projects.
Thanks, Mr. Brandt. I might ask you to leave your camera on so I don't end up with nobody to answer my question again, because I have a follow-up. I'd like everyone else to chime in too, but including the company. So there are certainly a few viable looking NPAs that we know of already, right, in this filing. So what should be expected of the company as they're pursuing them in terms of reporting? With what frequency and kind of what data points should we all be understanding, especially because, the or else is, oops, at the last minute, you need this project. So to what degree, what do you see as like a workable and informative reporting process on NPAs that are pursued? And keep in mind, the company is requesting that we address cost recovery to some degree for NPAs here, well, I think they suggest there would need to be a different process, right? But like in the short term, they'd like to see some certainty on cost recovery on these. So kind of probably pair the two concepts together, especially if there is some cost recovery, what would reporting look like so we can ensure we're on track, so that we understand kind of the process and timeline being undertaken and like the rate of success at any given point in time?
That is a very good question that I guess don't think I've thought fully through. So thinking on my feet here a little, but
sorry, I had to pick on you so someone would answer.
Happy to answer it. I think it's going to depend on the specific project to some extent. I mean, if there is third-party procurement, I think we've appreciated the stakeholder work in the Mountain Energy process, where hopefully if we can reach agreement on some of these inputs and assumptions sort of beforehand or as the company is developing it, that it will make these processes easier, as well as the reporting And just because, I mean, and again, if something, just because it's approved as an MPA, if we are going out to bid, as we've seen with the non-wires alternatives, there's a lot of steps in the process, and I guess a lot of places that things can be can go off the rails. So I think it's important to have more than, not wait for the next 2-year VIP process to provide that input. I don't even know that annual reporting would be that useful. It seems like trying to establish sort of more regular touch points, at least between the company and stakeholders, would be very helpful, so that we can sort of understand the challenges in more real time and provide input rather than waiting for a more formal litigated proceeding. And then in addition, I would hope the company would then also be reporting regularly to the commission about where they are in the implementation process, to make sure that they're on track and presumably, either on track or off track to sort of meet the model goals of the non-pipeline alternative. And, I know there were annual updates, I believe, in the rule. I don't know if the commissioner would want something more regular than that, but I think at a minimum, they need to be reporting to the commission annually.
Thanks. We'll go to Ms. Bliss.
Thanks. Yeah, I really appreciated the chances that we've had to weigh in on the Mountain Energy project, especially in terms of some of the customer facing materials that are going out. And that's been really helpful, especially since, the clean heat proceeding is still in progress. But something that I would like to see in terms of reporting is, or maybe even just preempting the need for as frequent reporting and as frequent stakeholder engagement, is really just seeing a streamlined process for community engagement through these projects. So maybe that looks like, something that's established through the clean heat proceeding, like a clear cost recovery framework for beneficial electrification, and programs for beneficial electrification, where stakeholders have an opportunity to weigh in on the materials that are going out to customers, information that's provided, and that's standardized. So when these projects, when a project is identified, a project like an MPA that will be cost effective, we sort of know beforehand as stakeholders what sort of materials are going out and what community engagement looks like. And also customers have a standardized, one program to go to where they can get their BE incentive, and it's streamlined and easy to access, especially for low-income households. I think that's something that I think is really important, just understanding the community engagement that's happening and making sure that it's on track to get these projects done, and ensure that there's enough uptake from the community. And I think an important part of that is just establishing the standardized process hopefully within the clean heat proceeding.
Thanks. Ms. Henry Sermos.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think a good example of the type of reporting that would be useful is the quarterly reports that are issued in the Transportation Electrification Plan, the TEP. Those include not just the budget execution, project implementation, but also include the report on community engagement and some of the materials or the activities that they are developing. And I think that will really help bring to life the ideas in the process that Ms. Velez was addressing as well. So I would propose something similar to what is being done in the TEP, maybe.
Thank you. Any comments or thoughts from public service on the idea of, what information can be made available as you're pursuing the NPA to kind of track progress and ensure we're moving along? Mr. Marks.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Bowman. Steve Marks, MARTV. This is certainly something we're open to discussing with the commission. I think there needs to be two kind of important things that are commensurate with that, though, and that's a dimension focused on what exactly is in the reporting requirements. I think we'd be willing to look at, some periodic frequency to provide folks with information they're seeking. I also like some of the stakeholder suggestions around, streamlined, consistent process for reporting would be workable from our perspective. The other element that I wanted to mention is that we're particularly open to the idea of more frequent reporting, especially if it permits dimensions of cost recovery commensurate with the MPA analyses that we're seeking. So those would be our two items that we'd like to discuss as we think about advancing this forward. But as a general statement, Commissioner Gilman would be open to looking at more frequent reporting.
Thanks. And to follow up on the cost recovery, I know the companies, I think provided, two suggestions of ways in which this could parlay into a proceeding to look at cost recovery for the NPAs that would be pursued to give the company more certainty over recovery on the NPAs. Unless I'm wrong, it was a lot of pages at some point. I lost track. So did you want to maybe just talk me through at a really high level for a minute, the company's request for cost recovery, the avenues you see for that, and then the things we're talking about, like periodic reporting on the actual MPAs and kind of progress, as well as potential like M&V measures to put in place to understand the results, especially as this is a learning experience, as an infrastructure avoidance, but also a massive learning experience so we can get better and smarter next time. So do you see that all of that would occur kind of in the same proceeding, or what might be helpful for me to understand?
Yeah, very good question. I would say, I don't think we're prepared to kind of put an offer out there right now. Again, I think we're at a conceptual level of, being very willing to work with the commission to talk through how that might work. I think you have the gist of it. We're just looking for a way to get line of sight to how cost recovery works, in the sense that, the NPA process necessarily doesn't work super well with litigated proceeding timelines. And so I think that's what we're trying to overcome here, is giving us flexibility to identify alternatives that meet, our success criteria, be able to advance those while having line of sight to recovery is in the spirit of what we're after. So, that said, I do believe that we also address at a high level, how we thought this might work. I think it's in our reply comments, pages 64 to 66, if my reference that I'm looking at here is accurate. So I think we put forward a view of what that looks like, Commissioner Gilman.
Okay. And you think it would be reasonable in, I think there were like 2 specific suggestions, if I'm right, but would it be reasonable from the company's perspective that if one of those avenues were pursued, that would be paired with, a discussion on reporting and kind of M&V requirements as part of that discussion?
Correct. And would just note that, we have, I think, a baseline to work from in terms of, our M&V protocols from DSM. So, correct.
Okay, cool. And with that's it on NPA.
All right, Commissioner, I only have one more question, and I may let Commissioner Gilman go first. Commissioner Plant, you have any other questions you'd like to ask?
No, I'm good. I think everything's been covered that I was going to talk about. So,
why don't you just go next, Commissioner Gilman, and finish whatever questions you have, and if I have 1 or 2 questions that I suspect you'll cover, so keep going.
Okay, sure. One question for the company on the hydrogen demonstration project. So there appears to be consensus or near consensus that the hydrogen demonstration project should be evaluated in the clean heat plan and not here. That generally sounds like a fine plan to me, but I just want to confirm if the company is currently spending or has spent any money on this project that they expect to be recovered from ratepayers.
Thanks for the question, Commissioner Gilman. Again, Steve Martz, MARTZ. You're correct. I mean, that's the company's point of view. This has clearly been advanced in our clean heat plan as a project that we're pursuing there. That is an open and litigated proceeding. So our expectation is that we'd address questions around hydrogen through that proceeding. Your second question pertains to cost expenditures. relative to the project so far, and I don't believe that we've expended any capital on the project thus far, but that's subject to verification.
Okay, thanks. Another hydrogen related question. Rule section 4553D is the existing infrastructure assessment section of the GIF rules, and it requires a utility to report information on hydrogen compatibility throughout the distribution system to the extent that it's known. So this would include the estimate of the percentage of the distribution system and components known to be compatible with safely carrying various concentrations of hydrogen, as well as specific identification of any areas of the system with materials that are either unknown or known to be incompatible with mixtures up to 20% by volume. Now, the company didn't provide any percentages nor any specific identification of areas of the system where materials are unknown or could be problematic. So given this in the rules, I understand the time pressure on the first skip, but I just want to understand from the company's perspective, is this something the company is actively working on and has a timeline for completion of this sort of analysis of the system? And if so, when would you expect the company to have additional information, or any information, I think I could say fairly, on the hydrogen compatibility piece of the existing infrastructure assessment?
It's unknown to us right now when exactly we'll have that information available. I believe this is also a requirement in the clean heat rule as well. So we're not prepared to comment on that at this moment.
Okay. Yeah, and kind of the way I see it, the two rule sections work together. So this is intended to look at kind of a system-wide, can we identify the areas we think might be the most problematic for widespread introduction? Whereas clean heat, if there was like a discrete hydrogen project, it should be a deeper dive into compatibility in the specific area in which it would be introduced. So I kind of saw them as working together depending on the situation. Is this an analysis that's begun at the company?
Apologies, Commissioner Gilman. Was your question, is that an analysis that can be done? Like, is it possible?
Has begun.
Has begun. Got it. Thank you for the clarification. Yeah, it's an effort that we're starting to work on. Again, my previous comment was just to the effect of we're just not prepared to comment on that yet. We haven't fully performed that evaluation. It is in process and can't speak to the results at this time.
Is there any projection within the company as to the time frame of that analysis and when more will be known?
Yeah, unfortunately, Commissioner Gilmer, I don't have a time frame available for you.
Okay. Okay, a few questions on mapping. So Mr. Hay, if you've bared with us this long, might be your time with a few questions on mapping. Or Ms. Colicchio, I see you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Let me just see where Mr. Hay had to step out for a moment, but he was prepared to speak on this topic. If you can give me just a few moments to go grab him down the hall.
Sure, I think
Thank you so much.
He is there.
Why don't you just go on to the next set of questions and come back to Mr. Hay?
Well, I hate to burst your bubble, but mapping is my last area.
All right. I don't hear any bubbles bursting.
I wanted to keep you in suspense, but you ruined it.
While we're waiting for Mr. Hay, I just want to discuss with the parties whether it'd be useful to do final comments. Any thoughts from the company, UCA, conservation advocates, CEO, Mr. Berman?
Yeah, from the company's perspective, I think we would welcome the opportunity for final comments.
Do you have a suggestion for page limits? Maybe we can give the company a little more room.
We haven't really had page limits so far. I think our last set of comments was about 60 pages. then maybe we would need less than that.
All right, well, I'll check with Mr. Mendelson, and Mr. Mendelson, if your council could be prepared to suggest some page limits and a due date, that'd be great. Mr. Haim is Commissioner Gilman.
Hi, Mr. Hay. Sorry to surprise you. I call you back, but we're to mapping.
Not at all, Commissioner Gilman. My apologies. I went down the block for a cup of coffee. Or the hall, as it were. So
Understood. No worries. Okay, so in the next skip, we expect the company to provide mapping consistent with 40-3.2-104.43. Showing at a minimum locations, ages, and materials or types of gas distribution pipes, as well as information about pipes that may need to be upgraded or replaced in the next 10 years. The commission requested some mapping here when we issued questions, and your comments indicated was of insufficient scale or detail. So just wanted to give you an opportunity to perhaps elaborate on, is there an appropriate minimum scale for this information to be provided? And or, do you think this necessarily needs to be kind of an interactive map that's scalable? How do you see this playing out, perhaps in the short term and then in the optimal, solution?
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I appreciate the question. So to start first at why we think mapping is important. I mean, there has been a lot of conversation today about gas pipeline investments, about the level of investments, about how we want to think about the future of those investments, and concerns about stranded cost. In our minds, and I think what the literature has suggested, is that being able to take that visual look, that mapping look of the utility system, and to understand the age and type of pipe can help us understand where they may need to begin to think about making investments. And we've heard today already an interest in understanding where customers are seeking, rebates for heat pumps or rebates for heat pump hot water heaters. There's been conversation today already about building permits. Being able to combine those types of information would give us an opportunity to think about strategically pruning the system in a way that may get us deeper emissions reductions than going, house by house, basement by basement, line by line. And so that's really why we think this mapping and this information is important to the commission and to other stakeholders. We understand that this is going to be an iterative process, and that there's also concern with providing that type of information too granularly and too far into the public. The utilities have all expressed a concern about people who may have nefarious purposes having access to information about where gas lines are and what that could mean. And we understand and recognize those challenges. In terms of granularity, I think that it's useful to have that information so that we can understand what's in particular neighborhoods, to be able to do the kind of work that we're talking about, to think about overlaying, building permits with pipe type and that kind of work. What was provided here simply was not something that was usable for that purpose. Do we need an interactive map? In this instance, I'm actually not sure that we do. I don't anticipate that, we're going to, and I would contrast that with the electric side, where I think an interactive map would be hugely valuable and important, because there we're talking about interconnecting different kinds of things on a more regular basis. That really won't happen on the gas side. I think, a static map is likely more than enough for what we are talking about right now. Down into the future, when we may be talking about gas demand response and interactive buildings and different kinds of things, that may change. But as I said, we understand it will be iterative.
Thanks. And given that I know you'd raised issues with mapping in the past, given that it's now in statute, this requirement, at least specifically for mapping, I think the company's comments were like, kind of, this is self-executing. This is going to happen in the next skip. So it seems, from my perspective, the only guidance needed is if there is some like minimum criteria around scale or quality, usability. I just want to make sure you see that the same, since I think you're one of the main stakeholders kind of bringing up the mapping issue, that you think that's the only direction needed here as an outcome of this proceeding. And so if that is true, any more granularity you can give us. It sounds like we'll have closing comments written. Any more granularity about what that minimum criteria, especially scale, should be set at to make it useful would be great.
I would agree with you that I think that is the primary direction the company needs, on the presumption that they are prepared to bring forward what's required by statute. We'll do a little bit of thinking about the level of granularity. I don't have a number off the top of my head today, but happy to provide that and follow-up comments.
Great. I don't want to send them on a find me a rock exercise. If we can come up with something we know will be useful, let's tell them. And then just a question for you. That second piece that's in statute, information about pipes that may need to be upgraded or replaced in 10 years that appears in that section of the statute. Do you interpret that to be just for safety and integrity purposes, or do you interpret that section of the statute to also require reporting on what they see as likely capacity replacements, like all replacements for both reasons? Just wanted to kind of get your sense.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I would interpret that broadly. Certainly safety and integrity would be part of that, but as the company does its planning over that decade horizon, if there are instances where they are aware that new neighborhoods or new large customers may be coming on that would require significant upgrades to the system, I think that would trigger that requirement to present that kind of information.
Okay. And to your understanding, this just requires them to essentially identify the pipe section or general location, even if they don't have an exact price for this project.
I think so, yes. That's how I understand
it. Just wanted to inquire that same thing. I think I'll have a couple more questions for you, Mr. Hay, but I just wanted to stay on that line with the company in terms of that same section of statute, that identification of projects over the next 10 years required by statute to now be included in the GIP, to just see if you had any difference in interpretation that would include any foreseeable safety integrity projects as well as capacity projects over that 10-year horizon based on that statutory language. I think that's a jump ball to public service, whoever is available.
Thanks, Commissioner Gilman. Sorry for the delay here. So Ray Gardner, Area Vice President, Gas Engineering. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
So I think in general, we are very willing to work with specifically Mr. Hay to figure out, the right requirements for mapping and understand that. I think our concerns really tie with the security on the system and also making sure we're in alignment with the pending case related to mapping. So I think that's really our concerns. The security one, I think, being paramount of making sure we're not enabling bad actors and providing, detriment to the security of the system.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of pipes that may need to be upgraded or replaced in the next 10 years, you see that as inclusive of for the purposes of safety integrity as well as for the purposes of capacity expansion?
I think we're digesting there, but I agree. I think we're good with this.
Okay. And I'm just curious while I have you on, I don't know, we've been 5 months or something out of the legislative session. Just curious how far along your effort at mapping pipe age and material through the system is, and do you anticipate that will reasonably be complete by the next GIP in 2025?
So as far as mapping of our system, and I can kind of make some general comments about that. I mean, I think when we look at the requirements that we've had from the Department of Transportation for many years, we've been required to report general information about our system related to pipe material types, vintages, et cetera. And so that information is public, has been public for an extended period of time. It's not granular to the specific areas like a map is. So when we talk about the data in our system, I think less about us changing the quality of data in our system. I mean, yes, we are continually improving the data in our system, but as it relates to this proceeding, I'm more concerned about making sure that we evaluate where we do the maps and ensure that we're ensuring the security to our system than I am about the data quality that we have available. Does that make sense?
Okay, so it sounds like you don't anticipate like the availability of data to be a stumbling block in producing this. It's more just how do you make it appropriately secure or appropriately detailed, it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly depends on the requirements, right? So I think that's key to remember, is that it depends on exactly the requirements, but high level, your statement is accurate. I have less concerns about the data that we have available and more concerns about the data, the granularity that we're providing.
Okay. Maybe just really one more question maybe for you, Mr. Hay. I hate to promise, but it's possible. So if the intent with mapping largely is to look at areas that may, require mitigation or projects, especially where they might kind of pancake or group together to identify, in some cases, perhaps the least, economically favorable parts of the system as we move forward. Would it be also instructive to look at this with kind of the locations of upcoming known capacity constraints or even concentrations of coils, customer-owned yard lines, to identify sections of the system that require significant investment, whether they be safety, integrity, capacity, or a coil kind of our safety integrity, but they're their own whole bucket. So to what extent do you see those working together, and is there kind of a way to get there where we see these all represented together so that we can make kind of the most intelligent decisions and get the most insight into total system investment by section of the system?
So I appreciate the question, Commissioner Gilman, and I would agree with you. I mean, having that additional information on investment would just help the commission look at what the total system investment is and what costs could be avoided. I mean, if you want to conduct that kind of pipeline, non-pipeline alternative analysis, that would all be really valuable. In terms of how that gets brought about, to one of your earlier questions around, direction to the company, additional direction to include that type of information as it provides the mapping, I think is guidance that the commission could provide here. So that we're seeing sort of the total look at what sections of the system would need for investment over a coming period of time.
Thanks, Mr. Hay. So any other comments on system mapping? I didn't mean to make it exclusively a conversation with Mr. Hay. So if any of the other stakeholders wanted to particularly chime in on system mapping, yeah, Ms. Velez.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick because I don't want to prolong the meeting. I know we've had a long day. But really quickly, I wanted to highlight, as we mentioned in our reply comments, PG&E, and I think Ms. Fickling mentioned this earlier as well, PG&E already has a tool to facilitate some of this. They have a system mapping tool, and beyond the sort of engineering factors and risk factors, so beyond pipeline age and material and such, they also overlay that map with factors about, for example, the community served and building types served, like whether commercial and industrial facilities are served by the pipeline and whether the pipeline primarily serves income qualified or disadvantaged communities. And I think that So that helps. I think there's actually a attachment that we provided to our reply comments where they describe like those different factors and how it helps them choose areas for targeted electrification. But we can attach that to future comments as well in case it's helpful. But basically they try to overlay these different factors, 4 main factors. It's like equity, maybe it's something about community engagement, and then engineering requirements and something else. But it helps them sort of prioritize cost, helps them prioritize where to pursue targeted electrification options. And they've already completed a lot of projects using this tool, mainly small projects serving a small number of customers, because given just the obligation to serve, that is those are the easiest projects to pursue in terms of convincing customers to electrify. But I find that like to be a really interesting example. And in terms of confidentiality, it is a confidential tool. And I think within this proceeding or future proceedings, if the company could develop something like this, it could be something that's confidential within the proceeding that stakeholders can access, but that isn't available to the public. I think that would make sense and would still protect the sort of security of interests that were mentioned before. Yeah, I just wanted to provide that as an example. It also has helped them identify the other project that's a bigger targeted electrification project that Ms. Fickling mentioned previously at the CSU Monterey Bay campus, where they'll be electrifying the entire campus. So yeah, I think that this type of mapping is possible and can really, really help facilitate and scale targeted electrification.
Thanks, that's helpful, and it sounds kind of related to some of our prior conversation on how do we build the right net for NPA or the right funnel, whatever we want to say. You know, how do you get the right way to, rather than burning up all of the time and energy and money possible, be smart about where do projects look to have the most success and the most potential, and really be intelligent about picking those and pursuing those, or at least giving them the finer tooth run through. So thanks, that's helpful. Any other input on mapping? Yeah, Mr. Gardner, I think it is.
Yeah, I guess Commissioner Gilman, I guess one thing I would just add kind of as we get into this, it's important as we get into the requirements for mapping that we're taking a close look at that, because when you get into creating these kind of maps, one, they can be extremely cluttered because there's a lot of information, right? And so we need to make sure we're setting up these maps in a way that they're useful, and it's not too cumbersome to try and actually look and understand what we're seeing. And then as mentioned, the security side. And I think we have to be careful about when we, that we're not forecasting projects with the maps, but we're using them to support decisions.
Excellent, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, Chairman, that's all I got.
Thank you. So I'd propose, say, 25 pages maximum for the company, 12 for the parties, and final comments due November 3rd. Mainly focusing on specific recommendations for what can be done for the 2025 filing and interim timeframe. So I guess I'll start with my colleagues, and then, well, why don't I go to the parties and then come to my colleagues. Do the parties have any thoughts on that proposal? Mr. Berman, if you're still out there.
That proposal would work for public service.
Anybody else have any thoughts? People want more pages, less pages, more time, less time? Commissioner Plant, that work for you?
Works for me.
Commissioner Goman.
That sounds appropriate.
Well, I just want to thank everybody for a great, engaging conversation today. As always, I learned a ton and appreciate the dialogue. Commissioner Plant, any final thoughts?
No, I would echo those thoughts. I learned a lot. This is a new part of the system for me, really. So I appreciate the discussion, and yeah, I got a lot of good information out of it. Thanks.
Commissioner Goman.
I've probably talked enough, but thank you all for participating today, for indulging the questions. You know, I think we've already acknowledged, but for all of this is a new process. So we're trying to figure out, you know, we're not trying to pull the rug out from underneath anyone as you're trying to get there. But, you know, I think to some degree, time is of the essence to get these planning processes right, to ensure that we're spending money wisely on the system, and to have kind of the proper level of transparency and oversight here in a new way for the commission. And so I had a lot of questions because there's just a lot to cover here. There's a lot of new processes here, and I think a lot to refine and think about as we move forward. And I think we'll just take whatever prudent steps we can take to make it as good as possible, as soon as possible. And for what it's worth, you know, I see there might be some interim steps we can go to, and then you know, I think it's beneficial to probably show the company and stakeholders where we ultimately want to get, even if there's an interim step to get there, just so we can be as transparent as possible about, you know, where we hope to get with this entire process. So thank you all for the ideas, for the engagement, so that we can get there.
Any final comments from the parties, the stakeholders, before we sign off? Thanks all for an engaging day, and until next time, take care.
Thank you.